I'm kind of regretting this decision already, but in this video, we are going to listen to, work with, kind of give reviews and thoughts and historical reference to, hardware devices and things like that for all of the effects in the Synergy Core native version, Antelope, I don't know what they call it, but all of those plugins from Antelope Audio that you can buy in a subscription and then run natively on your machine. I don't believe that there is a way to actually purchase them outright. I think you have to have the subscription. So we're not going to get into the business or the politics or any of that stuff here. We really just want to focus on the effects themselves and kind of give them a fair shake and see if there's something that maybe you would want to work with instead of maybe working with like the UA effects or something like the Slate Digital Bundle subscription. It's just another alternative, and that's what we're going to be doing in this video. I'll be sure to add all of the chapters down below so you can just quickly jump to any specific effects that you want to hear. And yeah, I think that's what we're going to do in this video. So strap in, it's going to be a long one, and hopefully it's informative in some way. So let's get into it. So let's start out with a little bit of an overview and talk about what you're getting, talk about some of the competitors. And, one obvious thing with this Antelope audio bundle that's different to most of the competitors. So 56 recreations of analog inspired gear plus more. So these vocal processors here, not really inspired by anything analog, but I think these have been added on to kind of be a little bit of variety to some of the other competitors on the market, with more coming soon. $4.90 a month as a promotional price. I believe like the regular price is $15 a month. There's probably a way to purchase yearly and get some kind of a savings that way as well. But you can't purchase these outright in any way. So you need to have the subscription. They call it a membership. Same thing. That's the biggest downside to this, because if you really love something that's in this bundle, like just one or two of them, you can't just purchase those and have them forever. So if you have a session and then your subscription runs out, you're going to have to repurchase it to make sure you can recall everything. And that's really the biggest issue with all of these subscription-based things in the music production world, is that you often go back to projects, sometimes even years later. And if you can't call up, the exact session, that's definitely a problem. But a nice variety of things in here. However, there are no instruments and there are no reverbs. So that's kind of an important thing to keep in mind depending on the type of music that you make. So me, as more of an electronic music producer, as a pop music producer, and doing a lot of experimental stuff, the analog modeled things are not really always that exciting to me. I like having reverbs. I like having instruments. So if I'm going to buy a subscription, I kind of want to have some of those things there. I do believe that most of, if not all of these things have been made in conjunction with Overloud. So if you've ever worked with their stuff before, it gives you an idea of what to expect in terms of quality. And the quality is pretty good. The problem with Overloud is their pricing, which is like nowadays, given all of the options that exist out there, this stuff is just really overpriced. It's really high. And I think that, as we kind of look at, T-Rax in a second and like what UAD is offering, I don't know who's going to be buying Overloud plugins anymore unless you just really, really love them compared to everything else that exists. So some obvious competitors, the one that I think is the closest is the T-Rax. And this is the T-Rax Max. And this you would get for $300. I'm sure there's times where it drops in price. This does include some stuff like amp simulations and also reverbs, which you don't have in the Antelope. And of course, once you buy this, it's yours. So there is no kind of locked into a subscription kind of a thing. So you can just see that there's a nice big variety here. Again, I'm not really going to talk about quality necessarily, but just that this is the obvious competitor. And then the competitor that I think Antelope is going against, but isn't really, is UAD and UAD Spark as a subscription. But the great thing about UAD is that you can also just purchase their plugins outright. So you're not tied to that subscription forever if you just find that there's a couple of things that you really like. And with UAD, additionally, they do have some instruments, not the greatest instruments in the world, but they've got some, and they've also got some reverbs. So for example, actually the piano I do really like. I know it's just a sampled instrument, but the piano is really nice, and their synthesizers are easy to work with. And actually this Electra 88 is also pretty nice. So I take back what I said. The instruments are pretty nice, just in general. And they also have some tape machines, which I'm guessing Antelope will probably add at some point. So those are kind of the main competitors. That's the last time I'm really going to bring this up before we jump in and start listening to all of these. But it's important to keep that in mind. And you really have to think about that depending on who you are, the type of producer you are. So for me, what's way more valuable are instruments and sounds than analog modeled plugins. And remember that as we're going through this video, because I am not somebody that works with a lot of just like raw, unprocessed or tracking audio like from bands and things like that. I'm more of the electronic kind of person. So for me, having 800 analog modeled stuff, I mean, you know, the interfaces look cool, but typically the Fab Filter bundle is going to solve all of my kind of mixing needs, as well as the stuff that's internal to the DAW. But enough of this. Let's start going through all of the plugins in the Antelope Audio Synergy Core native bundle. So we'll start with the adaptive vibrato, and this is not really based on anything analog. So this is more of like an original effect, and from my experience working with it, setting it 100% wet seems to be the way to go. And I guess you could probably modulate that and just turn it kind of on and off when you need it. But I'll go ahead and bring it in, and we'll work with it on kind of like 3 different sources. So this is going to be the first source that we'll work with it on. It's on this kind of dreamy guitar. And by default there, all it's really doing is kind of turning it down and limiting the stereo width. So I'm going to, in each of these examples, start by going 100% wet and then just kind of working with it. Personally, I don't think I would ever use this thing because it's just kind of hard to like dial in. It doesn't sound terrible, but it's just not something for me. So obviously depth is controlling how extreme the pitch wobble is. And then we kind of have a threshold for when it will kick in and whether you want to have that happen right away or if you want it to be on a little bit of a delay. Same thing with the rise. End frequency, I'm not sure if this is related to the depth. I really don't know. Let's see. Honestly, not sure. Doesn't really matter, to be honest, because again, this isn't really something I would work with. You have a latch mode and a trigger mode, and you have your different shapes. So as you can hear, it doesn't sound terrible. Let's just have it always cranking. And let's see if we adjust the dry wet on this. I don't know. I don't think it's something I would ever really use, but this is what it sounds like on something like a guitar. Let's go over to these keys and let's loop it. And bring it back on. And part of the reason why I don't like this is just that there's no way to snap the rate to what, you know, the rate is of your track, or if you wanted to set it to the BPM of this. I can't just set it to be 70. You know, I'm kind of stuck just trying to ear it, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but if it was me, I would prefer just having that locked in and being able to choose a rate that way, which is what you typically have with effects like this, but it is supposed to still kind of have this analog modeled effect to it. Kind of fun as like a tape stop. But you could hear, if I tried to automate this control, this really wouldn't work. Unless you were going for kind of a special effect. And let's see if we can get something interesting with like the delay and the threshold. Let's put the threshold up a lot higher. Signal's still coming in a little bit too strong. Yeah, you can hear that variation there. So that doesn't sound too bad if we, you know, we're able to just crank the gain at the end. And so for our final example here, we have this little vocal part. And what I want to do is actually automate the on-off just for a couple of these. And we'll see what we can do with that. So let's go ahead and just start to add something on here already. And let's put it on one of these other ones just so we can hear something different. All right, and we'll have, yeah, a little bit of a delay. Let's see how this is going to work.
For nobody's left to call. No.
But the automation doesn't actually seem to be working. Or at least this isn't turning on and off, which isn't that big of a deal. So let's really increase the depth of this and make sure that we are getting an effect. Not hearing anything. So this is also going to be sometimes a theme with some of these plugins. They're buggy. They don't always work the way they're supposed to. So let's just turn that off because that's not working. So let's bring it on again. And just make sure we can get an effect. There we go. Do some kind of really special effect. It's kind of cool. Okay, and then what I might do for something like this is just see if this one will work. And just do something weird like this. And then I'd probably have to compress or limit it as well because the volume difference is going to be pretty prevalent.
Nobody's left to call. No towns are left to fall. No body's left to call. No.
Don't know how I feel about that.
Towns are left to fall. No body's left to call. No towns
So yeah, I'm not sure if you would ever actually do something like that, but that gives you an idea for what the adaptive vibrato sounds like on a few different sources. Up next, we have the BBD Chorus, and my little note here is that mono sources work best, and really mono sources are just the way to go if you're going to use this particular effect. So it is based on a very famous kind of stomp box effect, the Boss CE1 chorus ensemble, as you can see here, and we can take a look at some of the pictures. So there's both a chorus mode and then there's also a vibrato mode. And with the plugin version, we get a few different options on the chorus mode. So it's possible that the plugin is actually based on a different, revision of this. I don't really know that for a fact, but the one that we have with the plugin does give us a little bit more variety. So just keep that in mind. If you want to pay $1,600, you can pick up one of these yourselves. So let's jump back in. So this is going to be an example of putting it onto a stereo track, which I would not recommend you do. So let's listen to the signal first. There you go. And let's turn it on. And right now we are on chorus mode. Let's just crank it up. Okay, and then let's choose our different modes. So it doesn't sound horrible, but it really doesn't sound that great either. It's not what it's designed for. And we can switch it over to vibrato mode as well. As we can hear there, we're not really hearing a whole lot of vibrato. And I don't know if this has any impact. It does have some. Okay, so that's an example on a stereo signal. Now let's move over, and I've had to mono out this signal. Let me also turn it down a little bit. And let's bring in a fresh instance, but this is what we're going to be listening to. Oh, no wonder I didn't turn that down. Didn't need to be turned down. And I've brought in a tool device just to mono it. But now let's bring on the chorus. Sounds very nice and smooth. That also sounds very nice and smooth. So definitely a big fan of that cross for stereotype for sure. That sounds really nice on, both of these signals actually. And then finally, we have something that's actually like a true kind of mono source coming in. It's like a bass synth. Kind of sounds more like a bass guitar. So this is perfect for this sort of effect. Again, I'm just preferring this cross. Let's turn it on and off. That sounds really good. It reminds me of like a Dimension D in a lot of ways. And vibrato. Not hearing as much of an effect on this bass. Probably not designed for that. So I think we would probably be using the chorus mode instead. And then you'd probably want to do one of these little maneuvers and just make sure that your low end is kind of monoed out. And then let's go back to cross. I could probably even turn that one down a little. So there you go, the BBD kind of like stomp box effect. I'm definitely a fan of this one. I think it sounds really good, but let's move on to the next one. So up next, we have the Marble White Auto Wah, which is based on this particular pedal, the Mad Professor Snow White Auto Wah. Just 4 basic controls, and they're the sort of thing that you're just going to dial in, you know, yourself as you're working with it. So nothing too exciting, pretty cheap if you want to pick one of these up, not expensive, but here is what we have in plugin form. And if you're not familiar, Auto Wah basically is just kind of like a filter effect that makes sort of that wah-wah sort of sound. If you come from more of the electronic background, you know that's kind of a popular sort of dubsteppy effect, but it started with sort of guitars and pedals. So let's go ahead and take a listen. I am not at all like a metal or a rock person. I like listening to the music, but I've literally never produced any of it. So I don't really have good samples, you know, to kind of show, but we have a few different guitar sounds here. You hear that wah effect right away. So again, probably not the best example. You probably do want something that's mono coming into this to really hear it. But let's go ahead and try it on this sound next. Oh yeah, baby. And let's go ahead and just make this mono first. And I really thought it would sound better than that on that signal, so apologies. And here's our last example. And again, this is not the sort of pedal I have any experience with. I can't tell you if this sounds like the original or anything. To my ears, it's not the sort of thing I would ever use when I can just like modulate a filter myself and again, sync it to the pitch, or sorry, not pitch, sync it to tempo and things like that. And again, let's go ahead and just put this into mono first. All right, here we go. Come on. If anything's going to sound good with this pedal, it should be this. There we So there you go, the Marble White Auto Wah. Not something I would ever personally use, but for people who have experience maybe working with the pedal, they can probably leave a comment and say whether or not this is a good emulation or if it's total crap. But anyway, let's move on to the next one. Up next, we have the Memory Cat Brigade, and this is based on the Electro Harmonix Memory Man. versions of this have been around since like the 70s. So it kind of is like an analog chorus delay sort of an effect, depending on how you set it up. And this particular device has been emulated a variety of times, and you'll typically find it in any kind of like stomp box collection, or like something like a guitar rig has a version of the Memory Man. The version here from Antelope Audio does not have a sync to tempo. So if you are really trying to sync this to tempo, you're going to have to use something like this, a delay time calculator. So in our example here, we have this at 73, I believe is what the tempo is. I'm not 100% certain on that. The other one I do know for certain is 128, so we'll worry more about it on the second one. But basically this switch here is controlling what the maximum delay time can be. And so you can double that if you need to, but you have to then sort of factor that in when you're going and setting that up. At really lower times, it's going to act more like a chorus. But let's start by having it act a little bit more just like a traditional delay. So I'm going to remove it and bring it back on so that you can see how you would kind of work with this thing from scratch. And here's the signal. And we're going to turn it on. And right now the delay time is so short that it's acting a little bit more like a chorus would act. So let's add some depth. Let's add some feedback. Try and max it out. Oh boy. I want to put it right to that edge. So that's what you can hear what the plugin is doing right now. And we can hear what the vibrato mode sounds like. Or if we were to double this delay time, that's a pretty cool sound there. And this is kind of the way that you would traditionally like work with this, or this is the sound I expect out of this. So obviously we would bring the blend back. And it's sort of that analog kind of tape delay sounding thing. And what can be fun to modulate on it is the delay time for kind of a special effect. Let's bring it back down to the 550. For a little bit of that. Or if we're trying to actually get the proper tempo, let's say we were going for like an eighth note, I would use like 128. And the eighth note here is telling me 234 milliseconds. So let's try to remember that, 234. And we'll get as close as it will let us, 235. All right, cool. So now this is going to function more like a regular eighth note delay. And it's fun to overdrive this signal just to get us a little bit of extra color. And let's go extra on the feedback. So something like that you could do. If I'm going to do something like this, I'm probably not going to go to a stomp box emulation. I'm going to use just more of a robust delay plugin that can kind of get me the same sound that allows me to sync to tempo. But if I'm doing something more in like the chorusy effect, this can be kind of a fun thing to use. Again, I'm not necessarily saying this one sounds the greatest. Doesn't sound bad by any stretch of the imagination, but let's bring this one on here and just kind of mess around and do something a little bit more just creative. that gives you a nice little chorus sound there. So there you have it, the Memory Cat Brigade. Up next, we have the Space Flanger, which is an original from Antelope. And it's one of these effects where they claim, it's based on a lot of analog gear, but also includes, some of the positives of digital, what you expect whenever a company comes out with like a flanger or a chorus that's not obviously based on something analog. And one thing I also want to just point out at this point quickly is most of these Antelope effects do not have a whole lot of presets. If they do, it's maybe 2 or 3, not super usable. Compared to something like UAD, where even a really basic effect like this Dimension D chorus, you are going to get a lot of presets. So that may be a positive to you. It may not be. I just wanted to mention that in case you were wondering why hasn't he been, showing us the presets for these things. So here is the first sound we're going to play with this flanger on. I don't really think we have to do too much with it. It's just a flanger effect. So yeah, as far as flanger effects go, this one does kind of have more of an analog sort of depth to it than most, but nothing special. You can very quickly dial that in to kind of get the effect you want. And let's just do the same thing on a couple other pieces of different audio. I'm going to drive this in a little bit hotter to get more effect on the feedback. So yeah, it's kind of like a one-trick pony in that it seems like I'm going to end up wanting to dial it in kind of the same way for all of these different signals to kind of hear the effect. Otherwise, I find it's actually kind of subtle for a flanger. And here's just going to be a guitar, I believe. Sounds nice. Subtle, but nice. Probably definitely worth also trying on your mono signals as well, just to see what it sounds like. And I put that on the wrong thing. So let's now try to put it on the right one. just going to crank this up so we can really try to hear the effect at its most extreme. I think that's a pretty good sounding flanger, albeit it's sort of one note. You can definitely tell it has a sweet spot. You have to kind of crank it in there. But as far as like an analog-y sounding flanger, I think that's pretty good. So up next, we have the V12 Chorus, and we will work with this on the same signals. Let's go ahead and maybe... Oh, this signal is already mono. Well, that would have been good to know for the flanger, but here we go with the chorus that we've brought on. And basically what we have are your kind of classic chorus controls on the top, and then kind of like these specialty Antelope audio ones. So I'm just going to put the space off really quick. And you can see that when I do that, it turns off the colorize and the color shifter. So first we can just listen to the chorus itself. And we also have this humanized control, which is interesting depending on the source material that's fed into it. I believe what this is trying to do is like slightly probably detune and change some of these settings relative to the number of voices that you select. So definitely one to just play with. From my experience working with this, sometimes it works, sometimes it just like really darkens the sound. So I think it's just one that you have to kind of try yourself. After I moved at it seemed like it now sounds really bad. Sounds better at the top. Okay, now let's add in our space. And then see if this helps or hurts. Now once the space is in, I seem to prefer it on this one. Okay. %, seems to be the way to go. So by having control of the humanize and these colorize, color shifter, and space options, you actually can get a lot of different chorus effects. But similar to the space flanger, I think we're going to find that the setting we like is going to be pretty similar on most of the sources. So that was an example of it there. Let's also go ahead and bring it on here. And again, let's just have the width down to 0. Just because that makes it a little bit more interesting, or more realistic to when you're typically throwing a chorus on something. Yeah, distortion. Let's try to do something like special effecty with it. if you want to do a little experimental sound design, it has a function there for sure. And then finally, we have more of our just traditional guitar or whatever. And we'll bring on our tool to bring it to mono. And just those default settings actually sound pretty good on it. Bring up the voice count a little bit. Doesn't sound bad. Do something a little more just traditional. Yeah, not bad. A chorus effect, you know, as you'd expect. And again, it kind of has the same just like timbre as the flanger, but not terrible. Probably a good complement to your stock chorus that you might already have built into your DAW. Up next is the Vari Speed Tremolo, another original effect. Has more of an analog looking interface, but this is the one that we're probably going to spend maybe the least amount of time on. So it's a tremolo effect, and it just has a couple of knobs. It has a rate knob, a Vari speed rate, which I believe, you know, has something to then kind of do with the modulation of the rate amount. We have a depth control, and then we also have like our mix control. So I personally think probably setting the mix to 100% wet is the way to kind of test this out and really hear it, because I'll give you an example. Let's get something really extreme first, and then we'll dial it back. But because tremolo is just a fluctuation in volume, so we really want to be able to hear this. So you can definitely hear how that is changing. At one point, I thought depth was maybe setting the depth of like the Vari speed rate, but I don't really know. Depth really does seem to be the depth of modulation of how much the volume is going to fluctuate. But then you can hear there's times where it's going much slower and other times where it's going much faster. So if we're going to go for like maybe just a little bit of a subtleness here, do something like that. That doesn't sound terrible. But once we start to dial back this, you can really lose the effect very quickly. So yeah, that's the Vari speed tremolo. I guess we'll just throw it on these other signals too, just so we can hear it. But nothing too exciting here for sure. And we'll go back to full width. Something really wild like that, and then mix that in a little. Yeah, this definitely seems to adjust the rate or the depth or something. So again, as kind of a special little stutter effect. But again, there's no way to kind of sync this right to tempo. So in this case, I think that might be fun because you could kind of use your ear to figure that out. Whereas with a delay, that's really a pain in the butt. And finally, our guitar. Let's this time use a sawtooth. And again, that just on its own sounds pretty good. Let's try something with a higher speed. And then get more of that modulation. This is fun. And I just want to barely be able to hear it. And that does add kind of an interesting dynamic component to it. Would I ever do this? Probably not. I would never think to do it, but that is the Vari Speed Tremolo. Up next, we have Intune Chorus, and we'll drop it on, and right away you're going to hear what this does.
Oh, let me out. Oh, let me out. Oh.
And you can definitely like work with this and fine tune it. We do have the bass, the fifth, the soprano all on here, so you can hear all of those. And then you have control over the volume and sort of like the color, like an EQ sort of a thing. So let's go ahead and really kind of crank this up and just see how far we can take it.
Oh, let me out. Oh,
Maybe a little too far.
oh, let me out. Oh, oh,
You can hear where they kind of sit on the pan spectrum, and that is my one complaint with them. Like, space is basically controlling the pan positions, and you don't have individual control over that, unfortunately. Let's actually put it into F minor.
let me out. Oh, oh, let me out. Oh, oh, let me out. Oh, oh, let me out.
Okay, so that gives you an idea of what that's doing. Definitely one that's just better heard than kind of explained.
You've been running, but you run undercover.
Really sharp minor.
Maybe thought that I would never wonder. After all this time, all those memories left behind. After all this time.
The fact that you don't have control over the pan position of these is what drives me the most crazy.
You've been running, but you undercover. You've been running, but you undercover. Maybe thought that I would never wonder. After all this time, all those memories left behind. After all this time, all those memories left behind.
Might be able to get something cool just with the voices.
But you're undercover.
Just curious.
Maybe thought that I would never wonder. After all this time, all those memories left behind. After all this time, all those memories left behind. You've been running, but you're undercover. Maybe thought that I would never wonder.
Yeah, the pan position thing is what drives me the most crazy about that. It's hard for me to work with when I don't have that sort of control. And let's try it on something a little more stuttery. It's kind of cool. Let's crank them all on. So that gives you an idea of what Intune Chorus does. And up next is Intune Harmony, which is again a pretty cool effect, but the lack of the panning makes it, I don't know, not something that I would ever just like think to pull to personally. But again, to each their own, there might be situations where this is exactly what you need. So let's bring this on and take a listen to it.
Oh, let me out.
And let's actually get this in the right
Let me out.
place here, F minor.
Let me.
I'm not sure if that's supposed to bypass the effect. It doesn't really seem to be doing anything, so.
Let me out. Let me out. Let me out.
So it's just one of those things you kind of would have to be careful with if you're actually using it, because it sounds pretty robotic, which most of these things do. So it's not like going to be this magical, real harmony sort of a sound going on here. But again, like I said before, to each their own. You never know what is or isn't going to work for you. So let's try it on here. And again, we'll go pretty extreme with it so you can really hear what the effect is doing. If you're actually using this on a production, you're probably going to want to be a lot more subtle and careful with it.
You've been running, but you're undercover.
And let's get this in the right place.
Maybe
Getting that
thought
T-Pain
that I
effect.
would never wonder. After all this time, all those memories.
And when I was listening to this actual track, like, or just listening to this on its own, it sounded like there was a ton of auto tune and like vibrato stuff already applied to it. So we're hearing that this is not wanting to
You've
cooperate.
been running, but you're undercover. Maybe thought that I would never wonder. After all this time, all those memories left behind.
And then regular A minor sounds better.
After all this time, all those memories left behind.
So that's what we would use.
You've been running, but you're undercover.
Like, that sounds horrible.
Maybe thought that I would never wonder. After all this time, all those memories left behind. After all this time, all those memories left behind.
Okay, that was my fault for not having a good spot on
You've
the
been
color.
running, but you're undercover. Maybe thought that I would never wonder.
Okay, not terrible. And let's try the same thing on here. And this is where we can definitely be extreme because this is more of just a special effect. Or not a special effect, but you know what I mean, more of a glitch sound. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it will work in certain situations. You just have to find the right situation for it. It's a cool effect with what it does. It's just that these things to me always sound so robotic and so not real that that's almost what you have to be going for. You have to be going for the sound of this effect versus actually creating a real harmony. So that's my take on that. And the final plugin in the Intune series, Intune Performer, which is kind of like a very quick auto-tune style effect. So in the case of the samples that we have, I definitely think that this second one has already run through like some kind of auto-tune because I can hear it in there. But in a pinch, I'm sure something like this would work fine, and it is easy to work with. It's not going to be probably as good sounding as the real auto-tune or as robust or like Melodyne. But again, if you're really in a pinch or something, I'm sure it would work just fine. So let's take a listen to it. And
Oh, let me out. Oh.
And delay is going to kind of play with like the vibrato-iness of it.
Oh, let me out. Oh, oh, let me out. Oh,
We'll really hear it on the first one.
Oh,
Well, maybe not the best example in the world. Let's put it to something like not at all, like F minor. Let's put it like here.
oh, let me out. Oh, 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 oh,
Or if you're just trying
oh,
to go straight for the T-Pain
let
effect.
me out. Oh,
And I just want you to be able to hear this. Like, again, this is not the way that you're probably supposed to use this. This is us trying to use it more as a special effect. This one, I believe, already has, again, run through some kind of a auto-tune type program.
You've been running, but you're undercover. Maybe thought that I would never wonder.
You can hear it
You've been running, but you're
emphasizing
undercover.
Because if we listen to it without, listen to that first kind of vibrato.
You've been running, but you undercover.
That is definitely not natural. And then this will emphasize that further. I'm not sure what pro line is supposed to be. I guess that's just like if you don't know.
You've been running, but you undercover.
Your key, it's probably supposed to just try to
You've
guess
been
that.
running, but you undercover.
And again, if we're going T-Pain effects, we'll go C major.
You've been running, but you undercover. Maybe thought that I would never wonder.
Let's listen to it with a much longer delay so you can hear the difference.
You've been running, but you undercover.
And then again, the more wobble.
You've been running, but you undercover.
Okay, you get an idea for what that's doing. And then with the last one here, throw it on there. And I don't think you would ever use it on something like this, but giving you a very different timbre there. But obviously, again, this is more designed for raw vocal performance coming in. If you need to try to do a little bit of pitch correction on it, something like this will probably help you, especially if you're working with the rest of the track and trying to sketch it out. And if you don't have an alternative plugin, I guess this is fine. Overall, my thought process on these three is like, I think they're trying to add something like this in because you don't see this in other bundles like this one. But at the same time, the people that need this are probably investing in like the auto-tune subscription that I believe you can buy. That gives you all of the million different auto-tune type plugins that they have. Let me just double check that. Let's see. So as you can see, for somebody who's more of like a vocal producer or recording engineer, they're probably just going to go and buy, you know, the really expensive full-blown auto-tune subscription. I'm sure you can probably buy these outright. I don't know, but it's just interesting that Antelope has decided to throw a few in here for you. I think probably, again, if you just are in a pinch and just need something quickly. And yeah, those are the three different Intune effects. We're now going to be moving into our compressors and our EQs and our preamps, more of our classic analog modeled effects. And just to get the housekeeping out of the way, I am listening back on headphones, so that's going to distort my judgment probably a little bit, especially the longer we go through this and ear fatigue. And also, a lot of the samples that I've brought in are already processed. Like you can tell that they've already been compressed or EQ'd. So just keep that in mind. You know, we're trying to listen kind of at more of just a top level just to get a feel and a vibe for each of these. I'm not a tracking engineer or like a recording engineer. And that's really who I think a lot of these things are geared to if you have more of like raw recordings coming in. So just try to listen top level and, you know, forgive me for the fact that I don't have the greatest sources to use. But all of that out of the way, let's get started. And we'll get started with the Alt 436C, which is based on the Altec 436C. And you can see from this story here, this is kind of the precursor to the Fairchild. It's a tube compressor, kind of like a limiting amplifier sort of deal. You have no control over the attack time. That's sort of like program dependent. You do have a slight control over the release. I've noticed though, even at its most extremes, it doesn't seem to actually vary that much. But let's go ahead and take a listen to it. So the 436C, I believe, was in the early 1960s when it actually came out. So here we go. Let's start by listening to it on a couple of just like full sort of mixes here. And let's go. All right, perfect. So we'll turn it on. And we have our classic threshold control here. We can drive it in harder as well at this earlier stage with volume. And then we have our release time. The other thing to note is that there is no sort of like internal side chain filter or anything like that. So if you have a signal that's very bassy, it is going to really push through and react to the bass. So it's something you have to watch out for. In a DAW like this in Bitwig, like one thing that you can do pretty easily, let's do it here as an example, is I could put on a multiband FX2 and then just bring this on to the high band, bring this down a little bit so it's just not really reacting to the subs. And let's just listen. Yeah. I could actually go pretty extreme with that. Yeah, that would be fine. And this is just making sure it's not reacting to the subs. Pretty smooth. It's pretty like quote unquote warm, if you will. But that's it on a full mix. Let's put this on to maybe a bass. I could see people using this on a bass guitar or on even like maybe a synth bass for a little bit of that smoothing out. Let's see what we got here. I actually think this would couple well with like a digital peak limiter starting out. Like if you just had a peak limiter here at the beginning and we put our ceiling down a little bit and we're just kind of clipping out the limiter a little first. A nice quick release. Let's get a little more. Okay, cool. And then slow up that release time just a little bit. Yep, something like that maybe would work. Again, a lot of these things we're going to listen to are going to be relatively subtle. Let's go ahead and put it on at least one drum group just to hear it on maybe more of like a live drum situation. So let's see what these drums are. Sure, let's use it here. We already do have it set up. Let's be really, really aggressive. And kind of listen to the transients and you'll still hear that there's kind of a pop coming through. And so our gain mismatch is way off. Like we have way more gain coming out of this thing. But that can be a little bit deceptive just because it's like a tiny bit of transient at the front that's coming through before it's grabbing it. And as I mentioned before too, with all of these compressors, the gain reduction meter is not maybe the most useful thing to look at. The needle moves around kind of sporadically. And on this particular compressor, changing the release time doesn't really make that huge of a difference to me personally. So I'm sure other people are like, whoa, that's radically different. I don't hear that major of a difference when I do that. So that was it on a drum group. And let's also listen to it on a vocal, because this is, again, where maybe I could see people using this, especially on a vocal with some varied dynamics. So this one has some extreme variation in dynamics that we've got going on. So let me make sure I just turn it off first and we'll take a listen to it.
Nobody's left to call.
So you can hear that's radically louder. So let's turn this on now.
No, body's left to call.
You can hear it clamping down there.
Towns are left to fall. No.
And you'd obviously have to listen to that in context of a mix.
Looking for a lifeline, some way to get to cloud nine. I don't care if it's...
And so when I was kind of prepping this video, this was the source that I thought, ooh, this actually sounds really good. It's really flattering in terms of like the warmth, cutting off some of those extreme highs and leveling out the vocal.
Looking for a lifeline, looking for a lifeline, some way to get to cloud nine. I don't care if it's overrated. I gotta make it.
Yep, so this was the Altec 436C. And overall, I think it's fine. You know, I know that there's a lot of different emulations of this out there. This is just one emulation of it. And yeah, I'll leave it up to you whether or not it seems like a compressor you'd want to have in your arsenal. Up next, we have the BA6A, which is another tube compressor, and definitely a fun one. I don't know if this has been modeled elsewhere. Maybe it has, maybe it hasn't, but I definitely don't think I've ever used anything like this before. So this basically says beautiful on vocals, bass, kick, and snare, a favorite of Jimmy Page, who loved them for acoustic guitar, has huge amounts of gain with loads of grit and character, known for its robust tone and slower release character, can work beautiful on some tracks for bass, snare, guitar, and other instruments where you're looking for something special to fatten things up. So this is another very Mew design like the other one, where depending on how much gain you feed in, that determines the amount of compression. So let's go ahead and mess around with this one. And we'll start by feeding it onto a few different guitar tracks, and then we'll maybe also try it on a snare and maybe on another one of those mixes. So here we go. We have a couple different modes here, and we have our on-off switch there. So yeah, let's drive it right to where it's getting to that check marker. Ooh, you can hear that. It's a little too much, right? Again, I can already tell our gain is coming out a lot louder, so try not to let that be the thing that tricks you. Like, it obviously sounds better when it's in, when it's louder, but we're listening for more of the tonal characteristic and for the actual sort of like compression that's happening. I'm gonna really drive it here. Okay, that's just too much. Right. And the distortion I'm hearing on this one's not very pleasant. Almost sounds like a digital distortion. It doesn't work on this one at all. And this one too, the distortion coming through is horrible. So if we're getting that sort of distortion on a guitar and it's sounding not so great, maybe it will work well on a snare. Not sure how I feel about that. It doesn't seem that special. Yeah, not really doing it for me. Let's also just try it on a drums group. I don't even think I want to try this on an actual mix. I don't think it would sound particularly good personally. So let's go on to one of our drum groups here and let's grab something. I think we already tried that with the other one. Yeah, sure. Let's try it on this. This definitely has already been compressed. Okay. It's brought in some gain, but I'm not hating that. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, depending on if you like that sort of distortion crunch sound on the kick drum, you might like this. Again, what would always be nice on any modern compressor, even if it wasn't on the hardware, is just to have that like filter so that you don't always have to get the low end being the thing that's going to respond and hit the compressor so hard. But there you have it. That is the BA6A. Up next is the BAE 10 DCF, which is, I don't know if it's a clone, but it's definitely based on the Neve 2254. And so what's funny is Antelope, made a plugin on this one, but really it's based on that Neve. So let's go ahead and just take a look at this thing. So as you can see here, sonically reminiscent of the coveted 2254 compressor module that graced Neve's legendary 80 series consoles of the 1970s. And so if you've ever seen the Waves plugins or other ones, looks like that, right? And so this is all discrete Class A transformer coupled circuitry, independent compressor and limiter sections for impressive dynamics, control, and flexibility. That's always what I like. So this is definitely going to be something to try on things that are a little bit more punchy, whether it's like rock guitars, or your drum bus or your individual drum hits. And of course, we'll probably try it on the mix bus as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at this one. So let's start with where you typically would put it, which would probably be on the drums group. And I'm just going to bring that on. So for this one, the way it works is you can turn on the compressor, you can turn on the limiter, or then we can just bypass the whole effect. So let's start by doing a little bit of limiting, and then we'll turn on the compressor. And it's already doing some limiting for us. And even at its highest amount, it's already doing a pretty decent amount of limiting, which would mean we'd want to do some gain staging on this initially. Or of course, I guess coming out of the compressor, that might make a difference. Okay, so now I'm just going to turn the compressor on by itself and get a little bit of compression happening. And this one does have a filter, which I'm going to take advantage of. We're doing a very quick attack. Let's slow that attack time down, and we'll speed the release time up. Now let's get some action. And of course, these don't need to be used in conjunction. So if we just want to use the limiter, for example, we could do that. And it also has a couple of auto recovery times that you can experiment with. And usually that just means that there's a two-stage process. There's kind of like an initial release that's reacting to more of like the peak, and then there's a secondary release that's like a little bit more RMS-y, reacting to the core of the signal, if you will. And you can kind of use the gain reduction meter to help you. So you can see this has a very slow secondary release. Let's say we wanted to control the attack a little more. Wow. That's really a huge difference for just changing the recovery a little bit. I don't know if that's how the hardware reacts. And it's almost doing a 2-stage recovery there as well. All right, and let's just try it on this one. Yeah, let's do something really extreme. And this would be one where you'd probably mix it in. You could do a parallel thing. And let's just try doing more of a parallel thing here. Ooh, that's out of phase though. So that ain't gonna work. But that gives you an idea of what this might sound like on the drums. All right, so let's go ahead and just try this on the mix bus as well. And then I think we will try it on maybe a couple of guitar tracks too. And on something like this, it's quite flattering. And we probably haven't even introduced that much more gain either, so. Yep, that sounds really nice on something like that. Probably wouldn't sound nice on all genres. Let's go down to the guitars and try it out there. A little bit too fast, we're getting distortion. It's not bad. Nice. Hear the distortion coming in. Yep, not so sure about this signal. I mean, obviously we could be super gentle with it too. Just do something like that, real gentle. Ooh. Yep, this might be a signal where the limiter really has to be used. And then you could apply a second one and just use the compressor. So the limiter sounds pretty good on it. Still a little distorty. Okay. Just for fun, because we haven't tried, I think, some of these other things, let's put it on a synthesizer. Why not? I don't think I would ever use something like this on a synthesizer personally, but you never know. You got to try it. We're going to be aggressive. Yeah. There you go. Talk about some extreme effects. Yep, definitely never going to use it on that in real life, but that is the BAE 10 DCF based on the Neve, what is it, 2254? Yeah. All right, let's move on to the next one. Up next is the Comp 4K, which is obviously an emulation of the SSL bus compressor. So nothing too exciting with that. Obviously, there's 10 million emulations of this thing that exist. So this is just the one that Antelope has made. And I won't give you any historical reference for this because you can just search SSL console bus compressor and get all of the history you'd ever want on this thing. It also includes the auto fade, which we're not going to work with or use. There is a sidechain filter, which is great. And then we actually do have a mix knob for the first time. So let's go ahead and use this where it's most commonly going to be used, on drum groups and on mixes, but you can also experiment with this on guitars and vocals and synths and keys, especially anytime you have a group track. So when you have like layers, if you have like synth layers, sometimes this can work really well. It's not what I use, but some people definitely do that. Or if you have layers of guitars and things like that, definitely worth trying to see if it can give you that magical glue. And sometimes it will work, sometimes it won't. So that's kind of true for all of these things, but enough talking, let's listen to this emulation. You'll hear how it's going to aggressively grab that low end, which we don't want it to do. And there's a lot of different kind of famous settings that you can sort of use. A lot of times people will use the snake eyes, or they'll do the reverse, like snake eyes like this. So this is more of your like glue setting here. And then more of your punch setting. It's more like this. Not bad, not bad at all. I tend to find with the release time, it is very rare I'm not using either the first or the last. Attack time can definitely vary, but for me personally, if I'm pulling to this compressor, it's for either that release characteristic or that one. Not true for everybody, but true for me. And then let's just use this on one of the mixes as well. And we'll just use it in its traditional glue sort of setting so you can hear what that sounds like. Try something else. Okay. In this example, on this source, I'm really not hearing a difference at all. Let's try it on this one. Let's do more of a punchy thing this time. This doesn't look right. Let me load up a new instance. Something doesn't sound right to me. Let's try this again. And I'm just going to leave all of this in the video. Not coming back. All right, well, there is your comp 4K bus. Of all of the SSL bus emulations out there, I will just clearly state here, this is not going to be one of my favorites or one I would probably go to. And that's mainly to say that like Cytomix the glue, that is a bus compressor or the SSL emulation that I feel most comfortable with and kind of gets me really kind of expected results every time. So this one might be just as good, but like, you'd obviously have to use it all the time to know what the sweet spot is. Up next, we have the 4K strip, which just like the 4K bus, modeled on the SSL dynamics section of that console. So very easy to just do your own research on this. And we are going to start it out on this percussion signal so that we can highlight what the expander and the gate are doing. So an expander is supposed to quote unquote expand the dynamic range. And we know with a gate that kind of cuts off the signal when it gets below a certain threshold. So let's listen to the expander at kind of extreme settings first. And maybe I'll even just like bring in a new one so you can see how you can kind of work with the expander and the gate. This is going to work best on anything that is kind of like transient in nature, like this percussion loop or like a very plucky guitar or even like a plucky synthesizer or like plucky-ish keys. So I'm going to start by making sure that our compressor is doing nothing. Perfect. And now let's start by using the expander. And I'm going to increase the range all the way. And you can hear what that's doing in terms of emphasizing that transient. And I'll use fast attack as well. And if we increase the release, we'll hear more of the body of the signal coming in. So you can hear how that works. you can see how we can kind of get or emphasize different things based on how we set the threshold and the range. So if we just want to tickle it, all right. And then we can also do the gate. And so the gate is just going to cut off the signal as compared to expand it. But the effect can be very similar to what you have with the expander. So only the loudest little things are getting let through here. I can start to add in a little bit more with the release so it's slower. Let's compare that with the expander. Okay, and I don't think we're going to use this at all anymore. I just wanted to show how those work. And in like electronic music production, a lot of times, like, you know, you're not going to use like the expander on something like this when you have like a dedicated gate you could use, or using like a dedicated expander, or doing it in a multi-band fashion, like if you're using the fab filter stuff. And then if you were going to like do compression as well, you're usually going to have that as a second processor. But obviously something like this is cool and you can work with it and do some really cool stuff with it. But we're more focused on the compressor. We also have over here some filters that we can use. As you can hear. Or we could use the dynamic sidechain, and then this is what's going to be related to, I believe, probably both the compressor and the expander circuit, so that it's not going to pay attention to stuff above 3K, or in our case, like below 350. So for the percussion, this would be relevant. I don't think this high-pass filter is going to have any bearing, but this one might for this percussion sound. And then when we do like a full drum loop or something with more low end, we could kind of use the other one. You can hear more stuff going on. And for this signal, it really doesn't work, right? Like the expander was great, but for the compression, I don't know. Might be able to get a little bit snappier stuff happening. Yeah, so that is on that percussion. Let's try this actually on a drum group, just so I can show you how that sidechain filter can really be kind of heard. And then we'll also maybe do this on the keys and on the synth. Maybe the guitar as well, because you're not normally going to use the strip on a bus, but there's no rule that says you can't. So here we go. Let's do that first one again, because there's a good range. You can instantly hear more punch. Okay. This sounds a lot better here, even just on these settings. Really hear the punch there. Or if we want to try to grab that initial transient. Pretty cool. So it doesn't sound bad at all on that drum group there. Let's go ahead and try this on a couple of guitars. Another classic use case for the 4K strip. And again, sometimes just bringing it on with the settings that it has will work fine. Let's be a little more aggressive. And maybe in this example, what I'll do is I'm actually going to try to grab that initial attack instead. Let's just listen to that pluck part. And so in theory, using it more like this is where we could increase the gain and hear more body and less pluck. Nice. And then maybe we'll try to find something where we want to emphasize the transient a bit more. So maybe we'll go down and we'll look inside the keys for something like that. I don't think we've listened to any of the keys yet today. So let's grab our 4K, drop it on, and see what we got. I'm not sure what we're going to want to use this on. Probably not that. Let's try this one. Maybe. Okay, I'm thinking maybe more here. I don't know, it's already kind of compressed. Yeah, it's not really having the desired effect that I want. So I probably wouldn't use it on this. Let's try it on this one. And this might be where we actually have to use the expander in combination. But again, for me, working modernly, very much relying on digital tools, if I'm trying to really shape the transient, I'm not going to use something like this personally. For other people, it might be their cup of tea, but not so much for me. And you can see as I'm trying to dial in the settings, I have no idea what to do to get the effect that I want. Whereas with my other tools, I would probably know exactly what to do if I was trying to emphasize that transient just a little bit more. Anyway, that is the 4K strip. Up next, we have the FET A76, which is, of course, based on the UREI 1176, which has been modeled 10 million different times. So this is probably one of those compressors that you could get like 12 different versions of if you really wanted to for some reason. So an all-time classic, very fast attack and release times, where on the hardware and also on the plugin, they throw it into like reverse. So let's go ahead and just bring this up really quickly. And let's start by putting it onto like a snare, which is one of its sort of classic uses. So let's go ahead and turn this off first. What's weird about this one is like, I'm not really sure what the meter is reading out, if it is reading out dB like gain reduction or what, but like the meters are weird. Even if you don't have anything selected, it still will show like gain reduction and stuff. So I'm gonna actually bring the input way down, and I want to bring it down until we don't see anything kind of happening. Okay, so that's about where I want it to be. And now let's see what happens if I just change the ratio control. And with this one, I can click multiple, but you'll see that weird stuff tends to happen with the meter. Okay, so we have all ins at this point. And I'm being very, very, very aggressive. And now again, these are going in opposite direction. So this should be letting more of the transient through. And just listen for the click. And that's kind of a classic 1176 sort of sound. And let's also put it onto a vocal because people have used this historically a lot on vocals for more an aggressive style compression. So let's go ahead and solo our vocals and bring the 1176 on there. And I think the one I like using, well, let's do this one again. This one's a good one for examples for compressors and stuff.
Looking for a lifeline, some way to get to cloud nine. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care if it's overrated. I gotta make it. Looking for a lifeline, some way to get to cloud nine. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care if it's overrated. I gotta make it.
So maybe somewhere like that.
Looking for a lifeline, some way to get to cloud nine. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care if it's overrated. I gotta make it.
And we'll aggressively push it in again.
Looking for a lifeline.
Too much, you can hear the distortion.
Some way to get to cloud nine. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care if it's overrated. I gotta make it. Looking for a lifeline. Looking for a lifeline.
And now this time, listen to the very beginning.
Looking for a lifeline.
And I am cranking it so hard that we're getting some distortion, but I just wanted you to be able to hear the effect. We could also aggressively put this on a drum group, for example, or maybe we'll go to a guitar because we haven't used, actually we'll go to a bass because we haven't used a bass in a while. Let's see what we got going on here. Okay, let's use it on this one. Again, I want a fast attack. So this should really be kind of leveling out the dynamics a little bit. You can really hear the pop. Now let's try it on the extreme other attack time. And that should be popping that initial transient. So there you go. I wouldn't say this is my favorite 1176 because it's just kind of confusing to work with this one in a lot of ways, but that gives you an idea. And of course, there's like 10 million other ones that you could use. So up next, we have the FET A78, which is based on an 1178. And I just wrote silver face because I assume it is the silver one. There are probably some other ones out there as well with different faceplates, but this gives you an idea. So I think this one can be a little more aggressive depending on how you work with it, but it's just another version of like an 1176. So you kind of, will have to practice or work with these a lot to determine what makes sense in what situation. I'm not really a big 1176, 1178 person in general on my productions. I really can't think about any other times I use it except like on snare drums. But we're going to use it on a few different things here. At least we're going to use the Antelope audio version. So here's our A78. Let's just bring it right back in on that same bass track we were just listening to, and maybe we'll try it on a couple other ones. Again, all about kind of setting this input first. You can really hear that like pop at the beginning. It's going to work the same way as the other one, slower or faster. There's that sort of aggressive sound you can expect out of these. Something a little smoother. Let's try it on a different bass sound. Hear that distortion being brought in at the beginning. And let's also try this one out on a guitar. Yeah, again, really listen for those attacks. Let's use the same settings. See if we can catch even more of that initial attack. Does kind of have a bit of just a hi-fi sounding quality to it. And the other thing we'll try it on is that percussion loop where I feel like we can be crazy aggressive with it and just do something fun. So that will be the last one. And let's do the slowest attack time, but the fastest release time. And it's not having as aggressive an effect as I would have thought it would have. So let's bring down our attack time. Let's put each of these dead center. There we go. And then I do want to still speed up this release. But it's not really having an effect. At least not audible to me. If you turn off all the buttons, it actually has more of an effect. So who knows? That's the A78. If it's a sort of compression you like, I'm sure you could get some good use out of it. I guess we should use it on a vocal just for the sake of comparison. It's funny, I'm spending a lot of time on these two, and they're really not the sort of compressors that I would, typically use, if I'm honest.
Looking for a lifeline, some way to get to cloud nine. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care if it's overrated. I gotta make it. Looking for a lifeline, some way to get to cloud nine. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care if it's overrated. I gotta make it. Looking for a lifeline, looking for a lifeline.
Kind of has that in-your-face quality.
Looking for a lifeline, looking for a lifeline.
Let's see if I put 20 on, if that actually makes it more aggressive or not.
Looking for a lifeline, looking for a lifeline.
Yeah, you can hear that distortion creeping in. So yeah, that is the A78. So just for the sake of comparison, I wanted to bring in AFX to DAW. Now, I would never recommend this to anybody because it is so buggy, so glitchy. It's extremely hit or miss, at least for me. But this is just to give you an idea of what's going on with the Synergy Core native effects and how things are actually kind of different in AFX to DAW, despite it being the same plugin. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bring on the A76 first. And let's go ahead and take a listen to it just in these default settings. And also let's watch the meter. So let's speed up our release time. And if you remember on the plugin, we could just click multiple buttons to turn multiple on, or supposedly turn multiple on. In this case, we actually do have to hit the control key, but we're really going to hear the effect when we do this. Still a little glitchy with the meters. Okay, so that's the A76. And then let's go to the A78 as well, so that we can try and compare that one to what we were just listening to. And I know we have a different source here, so let's start by turning it off. And if you remember, when we were kind of changing the meters, or sorry, changing the attack and release, we didn't really see much changing with those gain reduction meters. And that is a big deal to me, because mentally your brain is not liking seeing something that's not correlating to like what's happening on the controls. So anyway, this is the A78. I'm just going to set this up quickly, just because I want to give everybody a little perspective and context as we continue to go through some of these videos and try to get these settings to go in. But with the compressors, it's really kind of a challenge and really a pain in the butt at times. So there you go. Just wanted to show that as a comparison, especially again, if you're on the fence about purchasing this and working with it, you know, just from a very sort of objective standpoint, you might want to hold off for a while to see if some of these issues can be fixed first, because to me, it's a big enough issue to where I probably wouldn't want to purchase it. That being said, like the EQs, which we're going to get to much later on, don't really have that same kind of a problem because we don't have to worry about a gain reduction meter. So yeah, just wanted to show that at this point in the video, since we've been going through a lot of these, and just keep that in mind as we continue to go through a lot of these different compressors. So up next, we have Liverpool, which is based on a few different things. It most closely resembles and looks like the Altec 463C, and you can read more about it here on this Sound on Sound article. Another very Mew design, but actually the best description for this one does come from the manual, where Liverpool fuses the most desired features of legendary Mew compressors. If you want the rich mid-range smoothing compression of an Altec with the fast transient gripping attack of a Fairchild and the unique hold recovery of an RS-124 all in one box, this unit is your answer. So let's go ahead and see what we think about this one. What's interesting is they have these like C values in between. And when you go to those, it like bypasses the compression, so that you could just use this as a regular like amplifier or like preamp. I'm not sure what the H knobs do. Is that probably the same general idea? Oh, H will turn on the hold function. So you can tell that I have not done a great job of doing my research on this one, but that's okay. We're here to listen, not to judge my research skills. But here we are. Let's go ahead and bring this in, and we'll start by going on a C position and like just driving it in so we can hear the sound that it adds on, or the color. And that is one thing I tested. Obviously, it would be nice if this thing could go between 20 and 30. let's try to introduce a little bit of compression as well. We have our hold parameter. Need a little bit of a faster attack time. This is definitely one I like, and I could see being used on a mix bus or something. No presets, unfortunately. That would have been useful for this one. But I think I just like this one. Just sounds good. Try to grab a few more of those transients. Let's go see how this might sound on a drum bus if we were kind of using its settings like how we've used that SSL before. And let's pick something different. I can't think of the last time we used this one. All right. Already doing a lot. Nice. Yeah, definitely liking this one. And let's also maybe use it on some keys because we have not been listening to our keys much at all. Just do something kind of in the middle. I don't really think this key sound needs to actually be compressed, but I do like the tonality. Do something nice and slow here, definitely on the release. Yeah, and I have to say, of every single compressor that we've gone through, I think all of them I could probably leave. This one by far is my favorite. It's so far just sounding good on everything, even if it's not doing a lot of actual compression. So I would star this one as being one to check out. Again, all the other ones up till this point, meh. This one definitely has a nice sound to it. Next on the list is the Opto 2A, an LA 2A that has obviously been modeled 10 million different times, and it even has its own Wikipedia page, which isn't true for all of this gear. So another tube-based one, very much program dependent, famous for that light dependent resistor to kind of do the whole gain reduction thing. And again, I don't think we'll spend a lot of time on this one because you can find this everywhere. So many different options for you. So I'm guessing that this one, probably won't be super special. I'm sure it's fine. Very easy to work with as well. Definitely something you'll find used on mix buses. I've used it on basses before. Again, unfortunately, this one does not have a sidechain filter, so you'd have to kind of do the multi-band thing, whereas a lot of the modern versions will give you that sidechain filter. So that is one small thing that I already know I'm not going to like about this, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and put this on some stuff. Let's use this one and the final one. Wow, is that bringing in a lot of gain or is that just really loud? Ah, yes, it's just bringing in a ton of gain. Jesus. We weren't really even seeing any peak reduction, at least not on the monitor. So you have two modes, your compressor or your limiter. I have to say, it's actually not sounding as bad on the low end as I thought it was. So I thought it would. It's not bad, pretty warm. Here you can see your output meter. This is interesting. Huh. Okay, that's probably not working the way it's supposed to be. Must be really aggressive. So yeah, this is sounding pretty good. No complaints. Again, I just really cannot get over how annoying these kind of like meters are. Like I'd almost prefer to have no meter at all versus something that doesn't appear to be super accurate. So just my opinion on that. So let's go on to bass, which is another place that I've at least used Opto compressors fairly commonly. All right, let's find something here. Let's use more of the synth bass, actually. Not really hearing much of a difference there. Let's try this one. I really don't hear much of a difference between limit and compress. At this point, maybe my ears are burned out, but maybe if somebody can leave in the comments if you're really hearing. I hear more body on limit, but it doesn't really seem like the transient's getting impacted that differently. Let's go ahead and drop this onto some vocals, maybe on one of the other ones that we have not been listening to a whole lot. And now I know by default I got to bring that gain down. Let's do this one.
Smoke up, dash in the blem, free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims, don't stop, don't.
Now this has already been heavily compressed.
Smoke up, dash in the blem, free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims, don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block, could he up for revenge? Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem, free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims, don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block, could he up for revenge? Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in. Smoke up, dash in the blem, free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's do it on a synthesizer as well, just because that's somewhere you might use it. Let's figure out which synth we want to do it on. So that's already been highly compressed. And just for the sake of comparison here, let's bring on another LA2A. All right, here's a UAD version, and let's just listen to it. And that's kind of, you know, what I was expecting in terms of just like very audible and clear sort of compression and stuff that's going on. So just like with those 1176s, like I'm not sure why we're not getting that kind of a reaction on this personally, but it is what it is, I suppose. Let's move on to the next one. So yeah, not really impressed by this one, if I'm being honest. Up next, we have the Stay Levin, which is based on the Gates style level. And we can see what that looks like here. Similar, you know, to the LA2A. I believe it's another kind of tube compressor, sort of like very mu in design, I believe, meaning depending on how hard you're driving in the sound, you're going to see and get more compression. There's also on this plugin, we'll see that there's an option for dual and single, and for most, or double, for most like pop music or electronic music, you're going to want to use double. So single is more designed for like classical music and things with like a ton of dynamic range. Double is a little bit more useful for, you know, I think all of the music that we have that's coming in through here. So again, we're not expecting to like really hear like really aggressive compression here, more of a smoothing effect. So let's try this one on this bass slide here first and see how it does. And I think we definitely want the recovery time to be a little faster. That sounds pretty good here. It's louder by a lot. But I think that's pretty flattering. And so it's just going to be finding the right sources for this. Let's try this on maybe a vocal as well. I think it could be good there, basically with those same settings that we just set up. So let's bring that on to our vocals. And let's use this one that we've been using a lot because there's some good dynamic range in it already and it needs a little compression. So let's kind of mimic the same settings roughly.
Looking for a lifeline, some way to get to cloud nine. I don't care if it's overrated. I gotta make it. Looking for a lifeline. get to cloud nine. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care.
Let's listen to just the first phrase on and off.
Looking for a lifeline. Looking for a lifeline. Some way to get to cloud nine. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care if it's overrated. No bodies left to call. No towns are left to fall. No bodies left to call. No towns are left to fall.
What would just be nice is to not have it doing so much, but
Bodies left to call. No towns are left to fall.
But I think this would be another example of one of these compressors that I definitely like from Antelope. Let's try it maybe on the keys or maybe a synthesizer. Let's see if we can find something we'd like to try this on. Let's just maybe try it on this because we really haven't used anything on that, I don't think. Really adding some body. Yeah, I like this. Might be nice if the attack time was a little bit quicker, because you can hear that first one kind of pops through in an awkward way. But for the most part, this is another one along with like Liverpool that I feel like is a compressor that's probably worth checking out and listening to. And it's doing something a little bit different to most of your normal offerings from some of the other companies. Up next, we have the Tube Child 670, which is, of course, based on the Fairchild. And very, very famous compressor, limiter, dating back to the Abbey Roads days. Tons of tubes in there. Again, just like so many of these compressors, like very mu, tube-based compression. So a little bit more subtle, a little bit more of just a warmer timbre in general. And it's got a couple of great like automatic modes as well. So it's definitely useful on master buses of all sorts of genres. But of course, when we're working with it, we are going to be aggressive with it so that you can really hear what's going on. But we'll start by dropping it on to our mixes. And one thing that you'll see with all of these Fairchilds, some will do a better job of displaying to you what the attack and release times are of the various time constants. But in this one, you have to go and look at the manual, and it's not giving you the exacts, but it's giving you an idea. So it starts on 3, which is kind of just a middle setting. 1 and 2 for up-tempo music or speech, so it's going to have a much quicker kind of attack time. 4 for classical music, so it's going to probably have a slower attack time to still maintain some of those transients, more dynamic range. And then 5 and 6 combine fast release with slow release and are useful for good amounts of like auto level correction, so more of a leveler. So let's go ahead and set this up. Again, the display can be kind of wonky, and I think by default, it also just makes it a lot louder. So these are the default settings, extremely aggressive. But just turning it down, it gets a little more reasonable. Again, desperately want some kind of a sidechain filter on this thing too, so that it won't react to the bass if there's a lot of bass. sounds good on that one. And then the meter broke. And our meter's broken again. So there you go, we're getting some glitched out behavior. Let's clear it and load it back on. And I know when I've historically used this in the past, I've tended to like it on setting 6. Again, we've broken the gain reduction meter. And for me, this makes it almost unusable, not even because like you need to have a gain reduction meter to use a compressor, but when it's there on the interface and it's not working, your brain is just telling you that something is wrong. At least mine does. Let's also maybe try it on vocals. This is another place where sometimes you might throw it on just for something a little bit special. So let's use it on the first one.
No bodies left to call. No towns are left to fall. No bodies left to call.
And this is definitely working well on this vocal.
Towns are left to fall. No bodies left to call. No towns are left to fall.
Yeah, I like it on the vocal as well. So that's the Fairchild or Tube Child 670. Again, there's so many of these that exist. I'm not going to play it on tons of different sources. I guess we should also maybe just put it on a drums group just for the fun of it. And yeah, it's sounding great on these drums. And yeah, you can tell this also can sound great on a drum bus. So that is the Tube Child 670. Up next is the SMT 100A, yet another one of these tube leveling amplifiers, a little more modern than what we've had with like the LA2A, came out in the mid 80s, one of the easiest compressors to use. And this is what it looks like. And we'll see how this compares to some of the other ones. And hopefully it's a little bit better than that LA2A we tried. You'll notice that you have 3 settings for both. And we have our gain reduction meter, all that good stuff. So we are just going to start it out on that vocal and see how it does in medium settings.
No bodies left to call. No towns are left to fall.
And this time the meter seems to be pretty accurate with what's going on. Let's also try it out on this, which we haven't really done a whole lot with.
I need someone who understands, who's patient when I'm in my head. 'Cause all these thoughts got me too damn scared. Still I fall. I need someone who understands.
And this definitely, just removing those two examples, seems like one that's going to be pretty good on a lot of different material. And again, it's easy to use. So if you're like me, that's always a plus when stuff like compression and mixing isn't necessarily your favorite thing in the world or your strong suit. So let's just bring it in and listen to this on a few different synths, and we'll try it on bass, which I'm sure it will sound good on, as well as on guitar.
Nande, nande, nande. Nande, nande, nande. Nande, nande, nande. Nande. Nande, nande, nande. Nande, nande, nande. Nande, nande, nande. Nande.
Yeah, it sounds really good. Can't complain about this one at all. Let's also just maybe throw it onto some bass tracks. You'd probably have to EQ this after to bring back a little bit of that sub. Yep, I'm liking this. Distortion here. Maybe not the best for that signal, but you could hear for a lot of like our synths, and I'm guessing for keys and vocals and stuff like that, it's going to have a nice pleasing effect to it. Again, the actual compression itself, maybe not like overtly audible, or if you do start to really push it, it doesn't sound so great, but as just kind of like a smoother or something, I think this one's a pretty good one as well. And up next, we have the Tube 176. And I believe this is based on Retro Instruments 176 tube limiting amplifier. And basically, it's kind of like a hybrid between an 1176, but with tubes. So it does still have like a kind of fast attack and release characteristic that you can set up so you can get some punch on it, but then it still has a bit of a tube type quality to it. So I have to say, I've been kind of playing around with this one. I do like the sound of it. And so it is a little bit different to a lot of those other ones we were just looking at, like the 100A, the Opto 2A, the Fairchild, etc., etc. So let's go ahead and bring this on and listen to it here. distortion coming through. We're pushing it a little too hard. But I think that this is the sort of thing that would actually excel a lot more like on a guitar, on an electric bass, on a drum group, or on kind of drum solo stuff. So let's go ahead and let's bring it on to our guitars and see how it sounds here. And like with a lot of these Antelope effects, there really is kind of a sweet spot. And if you use those same settings and it works, great. If it doesn't work, then it's probably not the right plugin to use. And this 1:4 ratio, just kind of like around these same attack and release settings, is pretty good. But in this instance, I'd actually probably want to grab that initial attack a little more. Once you go above that 4:1 ratio, not a huge fan. And let's actually try to set it up onto the drums group and just maybe put it really aggressive and see what we can do with it. So let's bring on the drums here. Let's start with this one and take a listen. Use that almost in a parallel configuration. Yep. Yeah, and I think you can tell that like for a drum group or a drum bus, you wouldn't typically think to use like a tube compressor. But in this case, it actually really works. You do kind of get the best of both worlds. So I think for drum bus, this would be very viable, potentially on the mix bus, depending on the genre or the source material. But where I think like with a lot of these Antelope plugins, what I'm realizing as I'm going through this is it's like if you can find the sweet spot and you find the right source material, it will probably work really well, but it works really well unless it doesn't. So when you're in those other situations and it's not working, you know, you definitely just need to not try to force it because it's probably not gonna work for you. And finally, we have the Gyratec X, which is based on the Gyraf Audio G10 Vari tube compressor. So if you want to do more reading on this, or if you want to try to see if you can buy some kind of DIY kit and build it yourself, be my guest. But we're just going to come in and listen to it because we have listened to or seen so many of these Vari tube-based compressors already. So let's see if this one offers up something special. Definitely introduces some gain. And what I can tell you just by looking at it, I really don't like when a compressor does not tell me the actual ratio that's being used. So already I'm not a fan of that just because I'm not getting the feedback. And I know you should just use your ears, but you know, these things and these readouts do exist for a reason. Anyway, that soapbox over. Let's go ahead and just take a listen to it. Sounds good on this one. Let's try this on a drum bus to see if we can really kind of hear what's going on with this one. And then maybe let's even try this on a vocal as well. I'm just curious. Probably wouldn't be my first choice, but let's see how it does on that same signal we've been listening to quite a bit already in this video.
No body's left to call. No towns are left to fall. No body's left to call. No towns are left to fall. No body's Nobody's left to call. No towns are left to fall.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, not super special to me either. To be fair, I don't really know maybe what this is most commonly used on or what it should be used on. Sounds pretty clean, sounds pretty clear to me. Obviously, still with a little bit of that tubey characteristic to it, but it looks like you got to really kind of do some extremes on the settings here to get the compression that you're looking for. Otherwise, it's just going to be like a very, very subtle kind of gluey or more for the tone than necessarily the compression, which is common. So that's not something that is unheard of. Let's like find something that's just kind of smooth. I think this one. Yeah, so here's where I might do just a really gentle bit. You can hear some body being added, but it is admittedly pretty subtle. And yeah, that's going to do it for the Gyratec X and all of the compressors at this point. And hopefully from watching this section, you found something useful or, it's given you something to think about. We're now on to the EQ portion of this video, and there's a lot of unique EQs on here that you don't see emulated everywhere. So that's kind of fun, and that's really what we'll be going over here. We're not going to spend a ton of time on each of these listening to them, but some of them are quite good. And again, like when you're working in the digital domain, you're probably still going to be using your stock EQ or the fab filter EQ the vast majority of the time. But when you need something a little special and a little different, some of these will be nice to pull to. And a lot of times they're just a lot faster to work with. So if you need more of like general shaping, these are great to go with. So let's go ahead and start with the audio Baton. And this is based on this Tube EQ Blonder tongue audio from 1959. Again, the tubes are what kind of make this unique, and it's a graphic EQ with preset frequencies already on there. So let's go ahead and we will bring this in and just play around with it a little bit. So even just by default, when you kind of go in and out with a lot of these Antelope EQs, you'll notice an obvious sonic difference. And sometimes that's due to gain, but sometimes there's also that sort of like preamplifier stage going on or running it through the tubes, even if you're not necessarily doing any EQ. So these are color effects just as much as they are EQ effects. And let's also go in here and try this out on a couple of kick drums, just see how it performs. So I think it's pretty obvious just from listening to it on those two examples. This thing is pretty versatile and could probably be used in a lot of different situations. And it's very quick and easy to work with. You're not needing to fiddle with frequencies that you're picking. I think this could also be really nice on some keys somewhere, maybe this synth pad keys. So yeah, I think this is definitely a good one. This is an EQ worth checking out and trying on probably any source. And I think in most cases, you're going to find that it's very musical and very flattering. The next three we have are all Neve emulations, not of an actual Neve, but of this company's interpretation of a Neve. So a Neve of a Neve. And I'm not going to spend that much time on them just because, you know, there's a million different versions of this in plugin form you can try out. What's unique is that it is the BAE version. So again, maybe that's going to be positive, maybe it's going to be negative, but I've heard the Neve 10 million times in 10 million different plugin emulations. So I don't think we need to really belabor the point here. So we have our filter. And then what we have here is our low shelf, and this controls the frequency. So you can see they're fixed frequencies. So let's put it at 220, and then we'll add some gain. And then we have a mid band, and let's try to find a frequency that we either like or dislike. Remove a little of 360. To be honest, it seems like a lot of these frequencies we could have used to flatter. And then we also have a high shelf, so we'll add some 12K. And then we also have like our line signals. This is like our preamp, you know. And I don't believe it's possible for us to turn on the mic version. And let's maybe also just try this on a vocal, for example. I don't want to spend tons and tons of time on each of these because we have so many. But let's go ahead and try it out on, there was like a rap line that we had. I think it's this one.
Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in.
Up next, we have the 1073, and we'll see that that's very similar to the 1023, just with fewer options. So we can go ahead, and again, I'll just show you the website here if you want to come and do more reading on your own at some point. But we can see that with the 1023, we have control over the frequency control on the high shelf. Here on this 1073, we don't. It is fixed at 10K. And then also our middle band has a different range of frequencies, fewer frequencies to choose from. Low band is the same, and we have the same filter here. I'm sure there's other sonic differences on the actual hardware. Not entirely sure on the software if it's going to be that much different, but we will go ahead and take a listen to this one. And I think we have it still on the same part.
Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out.
So definitely, I think I prefer the 1023 on that vocal just because I had a little more control over getting the frequencies that I wanted. Doesn't mean that this is a bad EQ by any stretch of the imagination. Let's apply it to one of our mixes here. Why not? And let's bring on that 1073. Kind of just polishing that up a little bit. That sounds pretty good. And again, in all of these examples, I'm kind of just massaging stuff. Again, you're going to always probably use more of a digital EQ for the surgical stuff. And I know some of the EQs that we're going to look at will give you more of like those surgical controls. For me personally, it's just easier to use either stock EQ or fab filter just based on the workflow and the sound and all that stuff. So to each their own, but that's why I'm going to be kind of processing these in this way. Let's also bring it on to a bass. This should sound very nice on a bass. It would sound very nice on like a kick drum as well if you're just trying to massage stuff a little bit. Let's use it on something a little more synthy. So in that case, we're kind of taking a little bit of the edge off if that's what we were trying to do. So not saying that's the way you would EQ that you'd have to kind of listen to in the context of your mix. Let's also just go ahead and drop this onto a kick drum as well. That's always a good indicator of sort of what an EQ can do or what it sounds like. Really add some sub in there. reinforce that at the 360. And then make sure our little click is coming through. So pretty aggressive tone shaping there. Sounds really good. It would work. And to complete this BAE series of Neve EQs, we have the 1084. And this one is the most kind of surgical if you want it to be. So you can imagine if all you had to work with were like those 3 different EQs in your studio, having something like this would be very valuable because you are going to be able to get a little bit finer tune control, and you also have a high pass and a low pass filter. So let's go ahead and take a listen to this one. And we've brought it on to, I guess, that same kick drum to start. And you'll see that we have here, and this isn't the best example of that filter, right? Because it's not going to do much for the low pass, but for the high pass, there you go. So I probably really wouldn't low pass this sound, but let's turn it on just so that we can say we used it. And then we still have our low shelf with similar frequencies. And then we have our mid, and this time we have a high Q so we can sharpen up the band. So if I was really trying to grab that. And then we also have our high shelf, which we'll just use just for the sake of using it. Then we're going to compensate our gain coming out. This one is probably too aggressive and may not even want the high Q. Let's actually use it to get rid of that 360 just a little bit. So there you go. Let's also use this on maybe an entire drum group so that we can really kind of hear what's going on with those filters and figure out what we want to try to hone in on here. I think our kick is still playing. There we go. Let's go kind of lo-fi deal. Be an instance where the high Q would work well, grabbing that snare just a little bit more. And then for the first time ever, let's actually reduce the high end. So we have more of an aggressive lo-fiing. Still kind of has a certain degree of a sheen to it just because of how these sort of shelves work and what they're known for, but you can hear what we can do with it. And that is the BAE 1084. Up next, we have the Filtek MK3, which is transformer based. Not really sure how many other plugin emulations there are of this one. Maybe Analog Obsession has one, but I like the way this person described it. Compared in character to the love child of a wild orgy between GML, API, and Neumann. I find them very similar in tone to the clean but big sound of the old Neumann consoles. You can literally boost like 15 to 18 dB at 12K and it just sparkles with no noise or harshness. Smooth is the name of the game here. So let's go ahead and bring these in. The important thing to note about this one is when it comes in by default, and let me just go ahead and bring a new one in by default here, you do need to choose the cue in order to hear anything with these. So if we just start playing the audio back, and and I start doing this, nothing's going to happen until we select whether we want the sharp Q or the broad Q. The filters will work though. All right, so let's go broad on this one. And let's start to bring up something. If anything, I think we gotta cut that. Let's cut it right to there. And for this one, let's choose sharp and see what we can find. And then we also have a high as well. We'll go broad and just try to do what he said at like 12K. We'll boost it up. But in our case, we're not going to hear anything because of our filter. This may not be the right signal for a 12K boost. So let's bring that down. Let's put it there. So yeah, just like a lot of these like analog model DQs, these can be much more fun and just like easier to work with and use your ears for than with the digital stuff where you're just constantly dragging and pulling around. So I am a fan of this kind of an EQ workflow, albeit like my ears are not trained that professionally to where like I know exactly what the difference is between this and, you know, a 1083 or whatever, apart from just kind of how to work with them. So let's bring this on to an actual mix. And let's use a different one than what we've been using. Let's go to this one here. This is an all-time classic sample. If you've watched my videos in the past, I think I've used this anytime I've done like plugin review stuff. And that's not going to sound particularly great. I don't think we need to use that. I just want to try to do that 12K boost. Oh yeah, it really isn't too harsh. I mean, some of it's based on the frequency content we have, but even that hi-hat isn't as painful as I thought it would be coming through. All right, let's really just like hi-fi this thing up. So yeah, this is nice. This is one, again, you just kind of would probably have to experiment with on a lot of different sources to see what works and what doesn't work. We can also probably bring this on to some kind of a guitar because we haven't listened to a guitar recently. So let's just go ahead and drop that on here. And let's grab this one because I don't think we've used this one a whole lot. might have taken a little bit too much body out of it. But yeah, this is definitely another just funny cue to play with and to try out on different sources. Next, we have the Lang PEQ2, which is, of course, like a modern creation modeled after just a classic Pultec. So if you've ever used a Pultec, it's going to work in a very similar way. Just like with some of the other emulations on here, Antelope has taken kind of modern recreations and modeled those as compared to taking the originals, which I actually think is a fun kind of take on this because we've all used 8 million just regular old Pultecs. So maybe this one has something a little special or a little different. I don't know. We're going to find that out together. But we have it here on our bass part. Let's start with it off. And some of these will do something just without touching anything. All right, and then we can do a low frequency boost. So let's put it around 60. And then we can do a drop coming right out of that. So maybe I'll do that around 100. I'll do at 200. Actually, in this case, I don't know if we really need the drop. Yep. And then for our high frequency, we can choose how we want the cue to be, whether we want sharp or broad. Let's go nice and broad. And then we don't probably need a drop again. And let's take a listen. And again, there's not a lot of content up there, so that's why I just went really hard with it. Let's try the same settings on this one. Cool. This will work well on anything that's kind of full frequency that just needs a little massaging. So on group tracks, it's great. So we'll try it on the drum group and we'll try it on the full mix. You can hear how that's really drastically changed the tonality. Let's go sharp this time and see if we can find that snare. I think around 7.5K is where I like it. And then again, in this case, I don't think we need any drop. be the right frequency to choose. There you go. It's an idea. Let's listen to it on this one. And we'll just try to tame it. It always does like wonders on low end, or at least Pultecs do. So this one sounds pretty good as well. And then we'll just throw it on to our full mix as well, just quickly. Always kind of has a smooth and musical sound. And let's go with this one. Because it's like a passive EQ, when you're boosting stuff, it's actually cutting everything around it. So I think that's the reason why when we're listening back to this, it really sounds like the mid-range is just gone. So let's try to be just a little bit more subtle and maybe how we'd actually maybe dial something like this in and not be going so extreme. Sound as great though when we don't go extreme. Yeah, not sure if this would be the right tool for that particular loop there, but that's a look at the Lang PEQ2. Up next is the NEU PEV. So another passive equalizer, a very easy to work with one that, again, is very much just about sweetening. So there's not really a lot you can do in terms of surgical cutting or anything like that. But if you do need to add a little bit of brightness or a little bit of really clean low end, this one will do that for you. I really like it because it's the sort of thing that pairs well with a digital EQ. So like when you have something like your EQ Plus or whatever your stock EQ is, you know, if you need to get like super duper surgical or whatever and do a lot of correction, you can start with that one. And then you bring in something like this as the follow-up. So you can see how this one works. Very simple. 3 bands, a 60 hertz band, a presence band that goes from 700 to 5.6K. And then your top band, you have a 10K here. And you have this nice little M, which I think just stands for like maximum. So let's go ahead and just take a listen to this. And you can hear that it's pretty clean, it's not harsh. So obviously you could use this anywhere. We'll probably only look at it on these mix buses. That's where you're most commonly going to place it. It's also nice and quick to just reset back to 0, which is always nice. So definitely a nice little sweetener that you can set up in like 30 seconds or less. So that's always a big positive. Up next, the NEU W492. This was an EQ from the 80s. And while it looks like an SSL, the sound is going to be just a lot cleaner overall. So we can see what this is based on here. If you want to take a look at one of these, if you want to pick one of them up, not how I would spend my money, but to each their own. And then the sound of this thing, flexible EQ with a relatively clean and soft character, thanks to its 5 independent bands and continuous variable controls. That's what's unique about this one. The Neumann W492 can be called the most flexible Donner cassette EQ. You can give any signal anything from slight coloration to wild EQing effects. And the sound will always be there without destroying your signal, but we will be the judge of that. So we've brought this on to our drum group here, and let's start it over on this one because we haven't used that recently. And you can see that we have on-off switches for the various bands. There's also a little bit of a filter that you can apply if you would like. And yeah, we have just a basic EQ controls. And what's unique is that ability to sweep through the frequencies, as they were saying there. So let's go ahead and take a listen to it. We'll bring some of that back with our first band here. Let's give it a little more because we really want to hear it. And we'll set it around like 100. All right, next band, mid band. I think actually a tiny bit of gain there will be nice for that snare. All right, what do we have here? And again, I can't really see a reason why you would bring something like this in for cuts. You know, you're going to use a digital surgical EQ for that purpose. And finally, our high shelf. Let's just add a tiny sparkle at the top. And we've brought in tons of gain. But you can hear what you can do with this thing. Just as I've been saying for so many, very musical across the board. Let's maybe bring this on to a vocal because it has been a while since we've listened to a vocal. And we have some surgical control over this as well, which is nice. So let's bring it on to the ones that we were using the compressors for constantly.
No. Body's left to call. No,
and I may not even use
towns
the
are
shelf.
left to fall. No, body's left to call. No, towns are
And
left
actually, I
to
might have to use this a little bit
fall.
just to bring some of that back in.
Body's left to call. No, towns are left to fall. No, body's left to call. No, towns are left to fall.
Let's go a little bit above 1K on that.
Body's left to call.
'Cause all these thoughts got me too damn scared. Still
looking for a lifeline, some way to get to cloud9. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care if it's overrated. I gotta make it.
And I just messed that up. Let's reset it to the default here. And I might just try to do something in the higher end. Let's see.
Looking for a lifeline, some way to get to cloud9. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care if it's overrated. I gotta make it. Looking for a lifeline.
Yep, it could work for a vocal depending on the source material that you have. So that is the NEU W492. Next, we have the NEU 495, which Pulsar just recently released one of these as well that you could have gotten for free for a stretch of time. That one has lots of presets. It's a good EQ. So this is Antelope's interpretation, and I believe Antelope probably made theirs first. But this is what the EQ looks like here. This is from the 70s, high-end musical EQ for mixing and mastering. So let's go ahead and just jump back in here, and we'll probably start this out using the percussion so that we can kind of try to demonstrate these three different Q modes to hear what's going on. So we have it in. And let's go ahead and use the steep one first. So let's say you really hated that ringing. You could cut it. You have to really be listening. And I don't think there's a lot of low end, so we'll just crank this at full tilt, see if we get any result. Yep, a little bit. And then maybe we just want a little high-end sheen as well. And that at 4 dB was already very aggressive. So as you can hear, very, very surgical there. But maybe we want to do you know, a little tone shaping that's more extreme with that mid band. So let's go ahead and bring this on to our guitar track and figure out where we want to put this one. Maybe I want to see if I can add some body there. Or generally speaking, maybe just more broadly bring it up a little bit at 2K. And we'll do that same thing. We'll see if we hear anything. Ooh, yeah. And it's very musical again, so you're mostly going to be going with gains for an EQ like this. Let's try those same settings on the other guitars. I'll just emphasize everything by a little more. I think it's going to be one of those EQs that's kind of hard to make sound bad. So there you go, the NEU W495. We're now on to the VEQ series, where most of these are classics that you've probably heard of, with a couple of unique things mixed in. So we're going to start with the VEQ-1A, which is, of course, a Pultec emulation. And probably 95% of you watching this video, if you've made it this far, are already very familiar with the Pultec and one of the hundreds of emulations that you can work with and use. So this is another one. Just search, Pultec EQ, and you'll get all the history and everything like that. So it has a boost and an attenuator. We can change the bandwidth from sharp to broad, and then a boost and attenuator, just like with whatever that was called, like the PEQ1, I believe, was the other one that we were looking at. And now I can't find it. So let's go back to our document and see, which was the Lang PEQ2. All right, cool. So we've brought this on to our mix, and let's go ahead and just try this out on something like this. Nice and smooth. And this one really sounds smooth, especially on that source material. So where I wasn't really a big fan of that Lang emulation, this one sounds more like a Pultec. It's getting me the expected result very quickly. So let's try it out on this one with the same settings. Now, there is no output turned down on this, which are things that drive me crazy when people make emulations. There's nothing wrong with just adding a clean input and output stage to make your life easier. So this one, again, we're getting a gain increase, which is making it a little bit unfair. But let's also go ahead and try this maybe on that like rap vocal that we have. I think I'm just going to turn that thing down, though, because it's just really loud. And since we don't have gain control on that, I'm just going to do it direct from in here, turn that down by 6, and make sure we solo it, and we'll listen.
Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Batch in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Batch in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Batch in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Batch in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in.
Yep, definitely liking the way this sounds, and obviously you can try this on anything. But again, it's one of these specialty things that you're just using on probably a couple of sources throughout one of your mixes. Sometimes I like it on a bass sound too, just because if you can hear what it does to the low end, it's so smooth and silky, and you can kind of dial it in with the attenuators if in case you're bringing up some of the mud by creating that initial increase. So that is a look at the VEQ-1A. As far as the Pultec emulation goes, I think it sounds pretty good. Next, we're going to do the VEQ-HLF, which is the high pass and low pass Pultec design here. I remember when Analog Obsession first came out, they had like a free version of this where they put this huge bump in the low end that actually sounded really good. I'm sure it was nothing like the actual hardware. This one does not do that. This one's a lot more smooth. So it's really just a question of, hey, do you like the way that this is sounding compared to your stock one in your DAW? And personally, I don't think there's anything too special about this emulation. It sounds good, don't get me wrong, but it's not something that you would have to seek out for any reason.
I need someone who understands.
So let's see if we can kind of do more of a telephone effect.
I need someone who understands. Who's patient when I'm in my head? 'Cause all these thoughts got me too damn scared.
pretty good at doing something like that.
Still a fall.
Let's try it on that rap one.
Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop.
So for that kind of effect, it's actually quite good. I was trying it on other stuff earlier, and there was nothing really special about bringing it in. It wasn't like it emphasized the low end or did anything really special with the highs. So for me, I think this would be the only way I would probably use it. On a vocal, trying to evoke more of that telephone effect, or maybe to do something to sort of like lo-fi a synthesizer if I wanted to like really transform it. So maybe we'll bring this on to our synths as well and just listen to it on some different synthesizer parts. We just want to roll off the highs in a very smooth and flattering way. Or if we just want to roll off the lows. So again, you're going to hear me say the same thing with stuff like this, like where is the input and the output control? Because we're taking so much away. It would be great to just bring the input up without having to bring on another plugin, but that is Antelope's VEQ HLF. And for the final Pultec emulation, we have the V-MEQ5, which controls the mid-band more so than the other Pultecs do, right? So mid-range equalizer compared to that first one we were looking at, very much for the low lows, the high highs. We had a filter. Now we have this one. So you can combine all of these together, you know, and just have like your Pultec symphony if you want to do that. So on something like this, maybe it makes more sense on a guitar or on synths or on keys where that mid-range is a little bit more important to control. Not saying that is always true, just for our little example here, it might make some sense to apply it. And then we have a dip control. Trying to remove a little bit of that body. And then we have another one that we can gain on. Again, it's one of these EQs that's hard to make sound bad no matter how you set it up. So again, maybe that's the sound that you need for your guitar part. I have no idea. We could also try this on some kind of a keys part, like more of a classic piano maybe. Let's try this one. Seems like you hit a certain spot and it goes like really aggressive out of nowhere. So like with so many of these, there's kind of a sweet spot that you'll find, works pretty well. Again, I didn't really like 500, so we'll dip a little bit of that. And again, no input or output gain, so we're getting kind of manipulated just based on the increase there in overall gain. But that's a look at the VMEQ5. For me, nothing super special about this when there's 100 emulations of it out there already. Now, before we dive into each of these individually, let's just try to get a little bit of context on the different iterations according to the internet. So if I look for the black, you can see that on some of the consoles, like this 1980, this is showing the black. This 1984 is showing a black model. I'm not sure if that actually is related to the EQ, but just for reference, if I come over here to black, you can see rare and possibly the most difficult EQ to pin down, as views on this one are very polarized. So that gives you an idea for the black knob versions. Let's go ahead and try to search for brown and see what comes up. O2 type brown knob. This is the oldest, less popular, and hence the cheapest, but used to great effect by many engineers. And here we have a little bit more. On the black EQ, you can bypass the filters. On the brown EQ, even when turned all the way down, it still goes through the circuit. Sonically, the black EQs are leaner, cleaner, and a tad more open. The brown EQs at times sound a little bit grittier. So there's going to be so many of these little tiny nuances that I don't really know if when listening back, we're going to be able to hear any of that stuff. But let's also just go in here and search for brown and see if anything comes up. Here you can see, and I probably read the wrong thing because this is related to the VCA in the black, but on the 1980, it actually is the brown EQ, so apologies for that. And then I know we have pink model and orange model, so let's go ahead and see what comes up if we search for orange. So that's showing this 1984 one, any EQ card, so I guess you could choose if you wanted brown, orange, or black on this one when you purchased it. Let's see if we get any context over the sound of the orange. Orange knob, sometimes referred to as Pultec, and here we have the orange as a passive EQ, similar to the Pultec in design, so it's not really like the G at all. Okay, cool. And then finally, we should have the pink, which I associate the pink with like the newer ones, like the 9000J series, but this is all in relation to the 4000 console, and I guess being able to choose which EQ type you want. So G series pink knob, black and G series seem to be equal favorites in the EQ stakes, making them the most expensive choice. Many commercial studios offer a mix of EQ types to meet client requirements. So there you go. And nowhere in here does it reference the pink again. Let's see if pink comes up at all here. I think we'll see it for the later ones. And no, nothing comes up at all when we search for pink. So all we really have is this picture of the pink knobs. And yeah, anyway, that's just a little bit on the variations on these EQ types, all belonging to or possible to use on the 4K console, I believe. So I don't know how different these are actually going to sound, but that gives you a little bit of background and perspective. Let's also just read what Antelope has to say, because this might be even more informative than our own research, so we get an idea of what they were doing. Past 50 years, the 4K series has lent its signature sound to numerous records from all our favorite genres. Our native plugin collection includes all 4 different colored hardware revisions, with each of their unique nuances, capabilities, and sound shaping features. Find out more info on all of them below. All right, let's do it. So for the black, probably the most popular revision of the hardware that inspired us to recreate its unique analog circuitry in the native domain. And then we can move on to the brown, the first model in the legendary line of EQ modules. It's kind of all you need to know for the differences. The pink, all right, first introduced in the late 80s, it featured proportional gain settings and a high frequency and low frequency shelving with its signature dip and bump combo, so kind of like what we've done with the Pultec manually, right before the shelf boost and cut. The pink version of this legendary EQ module has a wider frequency range, and its boost or cut gain range is also extended all the way up to 20, whereas I think before we've been seeing like 18, although when I'm looking at it, it doesn't look like we can go up to 20. So besides the point. And finally, we have the orange, is a rare Japanese variation of the original brown model. It sounds very close to a Pultec EQ and is still in high demand for its clean sound and controls, simulating valve EQ curves. The orange variation is not just another revision, but a hardware rarity with a sound of its own. So there you go. We're about to play with all of these on our sources, and hopefully you can hear some differences between them. Up next, we have the various 4K SSL style EQs. So different revisions of the 4K console had different EQs, black, brown, orange, pink, and I didn't really know that much about that, if I'm being honest. And so I did a little bit of research to kind of read what some of the similarities and differences are. With the plugin, I'm not really sure if we're going to be able to hear that significant of a difference between these EQs. So I'm just going to say that up front right now. And we'll play it on a few different things, but we'll go through it pretty quickly. I think they're all going to work the same way, and that you have the option between shelf mode or going into bell mode, and then otherwise it's just what you expect with your traditional kind of EQ settings. We also have a low pass and a high pass filter here. So let's bring it on to this percussion sound first. And at least this one does have an output gain. Or if we want to use the bell mode. And this one we have a Q setting, so we can kind of use it to sweep. And same thing for our low mid frequency. And then our low frequency in this case probably isn't really going to have much of an impact at all. Oh, actually it was doing something there. We'll just use the shelf here, give it more body. And reduce the gain a little bit. And there you go. So historically, these EQs have been used on tons of different records. You know, so many records have been mixed through the SSL console. There's still this kind of consistent, like smooth quality to me on almost all of these different EQs that we're going through from Antelope. So it doesn't really have the edginess to me listening to it that I would expect. But again, just my personal opinion. And we can try this also maybe on a vocal. That's what it's been used on tons of times in the past. And we'll have a lot of control, which is nice. So like for our vocals where we need the control, we have it. And it's nice that we can adjust that Q setting and try to find some stuff that we don't necessarily want and we can pull out. So let's go back to this one. We haven't used this one recently.
Looking for a lifeline, some way to get to cloud nine. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care if it's overrated. I gotta make it. Looking for a lifeline, some way to get to cloud nine. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care if it's overrated. I gotta make it. Looking for a lifeline, some way to get to cloud nine. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care if it's...
And we'll do something a little weird here where I'm going to make this nice and broad and bring this down a little bit. And this is actually going, I believe, above what we've set here for the shelf.
Looking for a lifeline, some way to get to cloud nine.
And let's see if we can find one of those annoying resonances and pull it out.
Looking for a lifeline,
Well, there's one right there.
some way to get to cloud nine. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care if it's overrated.
And then again, I might just do a little bit of a bump with a shelf or maybe with a bell here to try to bring back some of, if there is any lower frequencies in this voice.
Looking for a lifeline, some way to get to cloud nine. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care if it's overrated. I gotta make it. Looking for a lifeline, some way to get to cloud nine.
Actually, I don't like that.
I don't care, I don't care if it's overrated.
A little bit.
I gotta make it.
All right, so that is a look at the 4EQ 4K Black Edition. All right, so let's move on to the Brown series. And the only thing that looks different is the low frequency color is brown, but everything else does look the same. The actual sound might be very different. We'll have to listen and see.
Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Batch in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Batch in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Batch in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Batch in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Batch in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem.
And this one has more of that in-your-face characteristic. You can tell by the way that I've adjusted this. When you actually put it on, you can almost feel like the vocals jumping a little bit more forward.
Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in.
So that is a look at the 4EQ or 4EQ 4K Brown. Again, we're not going to spend tons of time on these just because it's such a common EQ emulation that exists. So up next, we have the orange, which they said is referred to more like the Pultec style. So this one should sound a lot smoother. Let's start it out on the same vocal and maybe even consider using this one on our synths or our keys.
Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Batch in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Batch in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Batch in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Batch in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Batch in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Batch in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block, hoodie up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Batch in the back, that's on tap.
And I actually think I prefer the way the Brown sounds for this particular voice, even though based on the little research we did, this should be like the most expensive sounding EQ, but it all depends on the source material, right? So let's go ahead and maybe try to put this one on the mix bus and see what happens with it. And on the mix bus, this doesn't sound bad. And again, we can also use this one really aggressively to kind of do like some special effects to things that are otherwise clean. And maybe we'll try that out on our synth keys. And with the pink, we will definitely come back and, you know, use this on our guitars and our bass part just because we haven't done that yet. All right, so let's use this aggressively to do something creative. It's on the wrong track. Actually, this may not be the best example to do it on. And I'm just curious, let's also bring on the Brown and let's try to do something really creative with it and aggressive. Okay, so there you go. That is a look at the 4K Brown. And finally, we have the pink, which is very different to the other ones we've looked at in terms of options. So you'll see that we don't have that option to go from shelf to bell on this low frequency or on this high frequency. But for the mids, we have the ability to extend and change the frequency range. So you can see we have a divided by 3. So for example, if this was set to this 0.3, that equals 300 hertz divided by 3 equals 100 hertz. Or for times 3, if we had this set to 5K, it would go up to 15K. So a very, very different one. And yeah, let's just go ahead and play with it and see what we can do. So we're going to put it on that same signal as we've been using before. Let's give it some low end. And also just adjust the gain out. And then let's take advantage of this so we can hear the difference. So right now we're at 300, and then let's divide it. So really that's just so that you could kind of combine these two in an interesting way. So if you did like a boost here, we could also do a slight cut a little bit later around the same area. And let's just do that as an example. Hear that like so. And then we have our high mid frequency. And we don't really have any stuff going on up that high. And I think I'd actually probably cut there a little bit. No need to use the times 3. And then let's see if we can find anywhere that this is going to make a substantial difference. And then we also have our filters on the way out. So that gives you a taste for what the Pink series can do. And let's also put that onto that vocal that we listened to before. And it would definitely be fun to kind of play around with these and reserve yourself to only being allowed to use one of these EQ on a mix and just do that mix again and again, but use the 4 different versions and see how different your end result sounds. That would be kind of a cool way to really probably try to hear the nuances of these different EQ modules. When we're just listening back to back to back like this, it's hard for me to really appreciate it. But I'm sure if you did an example like that, you would be able to really learn them and be able to figure out the nuances a little bit.
Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in.
And there's really no reason to use this times 3 unless, again, you're trying to do a play off of other frequencies, like that immediate dip and cut sort of thing, or if I'm trying to extend this. So like if I want to have a bell at closer to something like 9K, I could do this.
Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in.
And what I might then do is try to tame that a little bit with the shelf. So I'm going to actually increase it even more. It's not going to sound great, but just so you can get an idea for what I'm doing. So then let's bring this one closer to like this area here. And then we're going to do a bit of a cut to try to control that.
Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, that's in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, that's in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, that's in the blem. Free up the guys, then.
And there you go with the 4K Pink. I think I promised that I would use it on a guitar or on a bass. So let's use it on a bass, and we'll also use it on a guitar just because I said we were going to do that. And yeah, let's be a little aggressive with it. Let's see, we're peaking now. Then we'll just do something like this. Probably still going over. All right, right on the edge. Definitely needs a little peak limiting. So there you hear it on a bass guitar, and let's also go and put it onto a regular guitar. It's been so long since we've done anything on the regular guitar. So time to do that. I wonder if there's any presets. Let's see if there's a preset we can just use so we can save ourselves some time. Let's just use it on this one. Oh, and of all of the things where you would think there would be some kind of a preset, and I actually don't want to do it on this one. All right, let's do something just extreme. Something in there that's really jumping out. So if for some reason that's the way you needed to mix your guitar, you could do it. And that is going to do it for the 4K Pink. Next, we have the VEQ 55A, modeled after a very famous API unit here. You'll find tons of emulations of this one, most well known for having the proportional Q, which just means if we go up higher and higher on the gain or lower and lower, it narrows the Q, making it sharper, making it a little more surgical. And if you're staying up more towards that 2 or 4 region, you get something a little broader, a little smoother on the tone shaping. So it's really designed to be very versatile for a lot of different situations. And again, remember that a lot of these things were originally made for consoles where people didn't have outboard gear or they didn't have a lot of it. So they needed to try to make these EQs versatile, and this was a solution that API obviously came up with. So a couple interesting things is that we have this filter button here, which will engage a bandpass. So it'll have a little bit of a low cut and a high cut. You can hear that. I'm going to even turn this up a little. So you really hear that on the low end. And then we have our bands here, and we have our low, mid, high, and we can, with the top white one, That is going to do the volume, and then we have our frequency selector in purple. So let's go ahead and just focus on the low band first so we can also engage our shelf. Okay, bring it down one. You can hear how big of a difference that shelf makes, especially if we're at like 400. All right. So, you know, this one is really versatile. This could be kind of just your one go-to EQ if you didn't want to use like a stock digital thing, because the high band is going to work the same way as well. So let's do something that's like a little more like mastering style, where we might put this around like 100, might do 2, might use the filter, or sorry, the shelf here. Maybe do a little bit of a cut at 400. Actually, -4 sounds pretty good. And then we can do like a little bit of sweetening. Let's just do it at that take 10 mark and engage the shelf. So yeah, really nice sounding EQ, and I personally do prefer working with these API emulations over the SSL or the Neve ones, just because I find them really easy and fast to work with, and I like the sound of it as well. So again, this could be used on pretty much anything. Let's go ahead and use it on like just a kick drum, because it will be very powerful there as well. And I don't think we'll need to use it anywhere else other than that for this example. So let's grab this kick drum here. Let's try bringing on those filters first. So it's taking something away, but I'm going to see if I can add that back in. And yeah, I prefer it with the filters out. And then let's see if we have anything interesting at any of these frequencies. So in this case, that doesn't sound so great. And I'm going to go surgical with it, right about there. And then let's see if we can find something to emphasize a little. You can hear we're getting more of that click if that's what we wanted. So you can see how drastically you could shape something like a kick drum. And you can do that with pretty much everything. And most of the time it's going to sound good. Now, again, I'm not saying that that's the right treatment for this kick drum. It would all depend on the mix, but you can hear how aggressive you can be with the tone shaping, and it doesn't sound super unnatural. Next is the 55B or the 550B, which is very similar to the 550A. You're just going to see that there are more bands and slightly different controls. So even more fine tuning if you need that or you want that. I personally think you could almost accomplish everything with that 550A, but if it's not like specific enough, you could use this as an alternative. And let's go ahead and drop this on the drums group for right now. So you can see we have our 4 different bands, and again, we're laid out from low to high, and then we have the ability to change our shelf or our bell curve, whatever we want to do. Same idea with the proportional Q though. So let's go in here and let's go to our handy dandy drum loop, and let's just kind of shape this thing aggressively just so we can hear this. That sounds great right there. And what do we want to do with this one? Let's listen. That 500 doesn't sound so great, so we'll get rid of some of that. You can already hear what a difference that's made. Yeah, let's say we want to emphasize that just a little bit. Yep, I think that's the right place. And then let's give it a little bit of a roll off here just for fun. But if you want to hear what a gain would do, really don't think it needs it. If I was actually EQing this thing, I would probably leave the highs alone. So there's an example on a drum group. Maybe let's go in here and do this on a vocal. So let's bring it on. And we'll solo that out. And pick one of these vocals to work with. Let's do this one. I don't think we've used this recently.
I need someone.
Oh, gosh, that's just so loud, though. So I don't want to use it. Let's use this one.
Looking for a lifeline.
I'm going to turn it down a little bit.
To cloud nine. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care.
And this is where if you can find some stuff like ringing out that you don't like, you can cut it surgically. So let's see if we could just find some stuff we don't like on it.
Looking for a lifeline. Some way to get to cloud nine.
You can hear how bad that sounds.
I don't care if it's overrated.
See if we find any others that we don't like.
Looking for a lifeline. Some way to get to cloud nine. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care if it's overrated.
Probably take out some of 1K. But now we're losing so much, we probably couldn't do this. So instead what I would do is I would go to maybe 500, which didn't sound too offensive, and I would maybe gain 2 there to try to bring something back.
Looking for a lifeline.
Again, this is not what I would probably use on a vocal
lifeline.
when we have digital stuff.
Some way to get to cloud nine. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care if it's overrated.
And then again, we'll see if we can bring something back just like here with a shelf and see if that would solve the problem. And let's try that out.
Looking for a lifeline. Looking for a lifeline.
I think we're taking too much out here. Maybe we'll just not use this band at all.
Looking for a lifeline. Looking for a lifeline.
Okay. Gives you an idea. I think we'd still need to do some like saturation or something to beef that up, but that is the 55B. Next, we have the 56, which is modeled after the 560. So another graphic EQ, like what you would expect to see on like an old school stereo, but it's also found its way into just music production and mixing tasks as well. So another one of these ones kind of gets you that API, as they say, punch in your gut sound. And I believe it also does have the proportional Q designed to it. So let's throw it on a mix here first. And this one is so easy to work with. You just have your different frequency bands and then you can raise or do whatever you want with them. So let's drop it onto this one over here. And yeah, again, it's a good EQ to use on whatever source you want to try it on, and you'll see if it works at those different frequency ranges for whatever it is you're trying to accomplish. Let's go ahead and throw that onto one of our basses. This will be fun. It'll be fun to work with it on something here. And let's go ahead and try it out on this really aggressive one. Hear the sub we can pump into it. Really pump a lot of sub into it. Don't think there's any anything up above there anyway, but just to be really aggressive. So love that sub quality to this one. So if your signal's got anything down there, this is a good one to try out. And maybe also we can go in here and try this on one of our synths, because I enjoy using graphic EQs and stuff on like synthesizer patches and things, just to experiment with what would happen at the various frequencies. Let's find something a little more interesting. It's going to be really aggressive. I feel like I haven't been aggressive enough with this. There we go. That was the key. All right, so that is the VEQ 56. Up next, we have the VEQ 432C based on the Sontec MES 432C. As you can see here, the holy grail of like mastering EQs, and this is what it looks like, and it looks very similar to what we're bringing on, but you know, luckily it's not split out by left and right. In our case, we are just working on it in stereo. I don't think any of them kind of give you that ability from Antelope, and it really doesn't bother me. I tend not to really do that stuff anyway. There's almost never additional settings. So this one, just by bringing it in, tends to do something. So if you like that sort of effect that it does just by bringing it on, you know, you may not need to really do anything with the EQ. Now with the EQ, we have a high shelf that we can control here. So if we want a little bit of high shelf, we can do that. If we want a little bit of low shelf, we can do that as well at either 100 or 50. Let's go 100 so it's more audible. And then we have our three bands, our low, our mid, our high. This is controlling the Q. So how sharp or how broad that is. We can choose our frequency, and then again, we can choose the volume. So let's go ahead here and try to find a frequency that we like. It goes all the way down to 11. So I kind of like it there. Do a little bit of gain, and let's listen to the different Q settings. That's very sharp. We then have our mid band that functions the same way. I'm trying to find something I don't like. That. Take a little bit of that out. And then our high, we'll just pick something kind of at random. Let's go around 5K. And of course, you can follow that same workflow on instruments as well. Let's do it on one more mix bus here and just work with it from scratch. So again, nothing, and then in. And on this signal, not as much of an extreme effect. can bring up some of those highs. Maybe look to just hit that sub a little. Or honestly, in this case, let's do this a little bit differently. Let's try to really emphasize the sub first, and then maybe take a little bit out with the shelf. Sounds like there might be the best spot. There we go. And then we're going to just tame that just a little bit. And then let's see what we can find in the mid-band. I think I like that 2K area a little bit. And then this time, let's see if we find something that we don't like. Sounds pretty harsh to me. And we'll take out just, let's be a little bit aggressive just for fun. And then increase the high shelf even more. So there you go. That is the VEQ 432C. Again, you could use this on individual instruments, but it's more designed for mix buses or your final master bus. The MG4 Plus is based on the Mag EQ, most famous for that magical air band where you can really, really push into that and it never sounds too harsh. So that's what we'll work with first. You can pick your frequency and then you pick your drive. There's a free plugin called Luftikus, something like that. And I love that thing. I just use it for the air band, but it works great. So let's see how this one compares. Let's go aggressive so you can really hear it. Sometimes if something really is lacking at the top, you can even go above 20 and try to drive it in, even though that's like, you know, our range of human hearing right there. Oh my gosh. And let's say we also want to try to emphasize the sub a little. So you can also use this for more traditional mixing tasks as well on certain instruments or parts, like on vocals, it can work really well. I'm sure on synthesizers or keys, it could also work very well. So let's put it on to our keys and let's actually use and I put it onto the wrong track. We'll put it onto one of the actual piano sounds because we haven't worked with that recently. Let's use it on this one where we're going to really use that sky gain. again, well known for just being super musical. So if you're going in here and even just going crazy with the controls, one of these ones where, depending on the source, it's very obvious what moves you should make, whether a boost or a cut, and therefore it's hard to really make it sound bad, especially in the context of a mix. Here's where we start to get some kind of fun stuff that I have no experience with whatsoever. And this is the Stu 089. And so I believe this is based on like this console here, this Studer console. And you can see kind of those unique selectors there, which we're also then going to see in the plugin form. So let's jump into it. So this, in theory, could be used across everything, you know, as just your only EQ. And I think that would be a fun thing to do. Again, at some point, you know, if I had a lot of time, I would probably do that. I would use each of these EQs, like these console ones, just across the whole thing and see what sort of different results I would get. But unfortunately, I do not have that kind of time or patience. But, well, I have some because I'm doing this video. But here we have the 89, and you can see what we have here, and it'll be useful to even look at the controls down here. We have our low frequency cut. We have our high frequency cut, so like filters. Then we have a band at 80 hertz. We have a band at 8K. And then we have one selectable band here that we can either boost or cut that they're calling presence. This actually sounds very good on this source material. Wow. So that gives you an idea of what this EQ can do. Pretty cool. I like it. This would definitely be a fun one to actually use to just mix all your tracks with. Let's try this out on a snare sound. Let's try it out over here. Let's really try to hi-fi this snare up. Leave that alone. Not probably going to make much of a difference. This should. Yep. And then let's find something in the middle here to boost as well. Again, needs that. Let's be even more aggressive. Very cool, and it's fast. So you know me, like I'm a fan of stuff that you can very quickly just use and just tone shape right away. Let's go ahead and drop this onto, let's do it on a bass sound as well. I'm kind of having fun playing with this one. So I think it's gonna work well across the board, hopefully. Yeah, why not? Not going to make any difference. Not a huge difference, but you could do a little bit of tone shaping with that if you wanted. And that is the Stu 089. Next is the Stu 169, based on another Studer EQ. So let's go ahead and check out this one. We went from the 089 to the 169, another console one that has very simple EQ controls. So you already know that I'm going to be a fan of working with this, and you can actually pick it up for not too much here, $5,500. So you can do more research on that if you want, but this is what I believe it is based off of. So you can see this is all that we have on it. We have a filter that we can engage. We have a low shelf we can engage. We have something that's sort of operating like a API, and then we have a high shelf. So again, I'm expecting that, you know, this shouldn't be too hard for us to mess up, but you never know. So let's go ahead and let's start out this on some kind of a guitar. Start it here and just see how it goes. It's all going to be out this middle band, I think. I like that. Yeah, why not? Pretty cool. Nice. Let's also try this one out on a synthesizer. I'm just loving these EQs that are just so fun. Like, you know, when you bring in a digital EQ, it's nowhere near as much fun. You have to like kind of do a lot more work in listening and make choices. So let's try it on this one. Let's imagine that we did want to just make it like a darker sound. Awesome. Yeah, the tone shaping capabilities of this is just a lot of fun. You can hear with those same settings. But let's reverse what we're doing on it. And there you have it, the VEQ Stu 169. And to close out the Studer range, we have the Stu 900. And this one's a lot more modern. This console, I believe, was made in the 90s. Not sure when the other ones were made, but not going to excite me as much because it just feels much, much more SSL-y. And when you look at it, it has just much more of that modern kind of console look to it. And there is where the EQ module is. And so that is what we are going to be working with in plugin form. And you can see here we have our low frequency, low mid frequency, high frequency, and then we also have our filters. So not too complicated to figure out how this thing is working. Going to be kind of very similar to an SSL, at least in terms of the workflow. So let's start by listening to the filters. High one doesn't seem to be doing much of anything, but again, it's probably just the signal material. Low one's really chomping down. That's the thing with some of these, and I don't know if other people have this experience, it's like nothing, 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 and then suddenly, boom, big difference. So maybe that's just me, my ears being fatigued. So let's get over to that low frequency here, and you can see we have the option between shelf and bell, so let's shelf it out. And maybe actually just take a little away. All right, let's see if we can find something in here we like. 2 different peak modes. Okay, we don't like that. can emphasize the top end on. And I don't think for this signal, this is going to make much of a difference, but you can see that with the HMF and the HF, starts at that same level. So that's nice, especially if you're trying to, again, play off of two frequencies close to each other. I do appreciate that, but let's just see if there's anything that we can even emphasize on the top. A little whistly. Just find where I start to not really hear as much of a difference. Not a bad EQ. Sounds pretty good to me. Let's also go ahead and maybe try this on that rap vocal. We haven't used that recently.
Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up.
So yeah, definitely one I enjoyed more than I thought I was going to, just given that it's very sort of SSL looking and feeling, but I think also probably a very versatile EQ that you could use across everything and would probably be able to get some pretty good results out of. The final EQ we're going to look at is the Gyratec 14, a parallel passive stereo tube EQ, which to me is the closest thing that we've kind of seen to like a manly, massive, passive. And that is by far one of my favorite EQs to use. So we'll see how this one compares. So I've just brought it on to the mixes here. Again, if you've gone through this whole video, this has almost been like an EQ 101. You've got a chance to really learn how all these different EQs work and operate. Let's go ahead and put it on to this one here. Why not? And you can see that we go from low to high, and our bypass is all the way over there. And we're gonna have to keep going all the way over there to get to it. So we can choose if we want to gain or cut, and then we can choose what sort of Q we want, if we want to be like high Q or low Q, so something more broad. Very flattering across the board. I was hoping for a preset. Again, let's just experiment here on the low mid so that you can hear what's happening with these different things. So let's take it up to 650, turn the volume down a little bit. You can see even at these extremes, it's hard to really damage the signal. So if this one was laid out a little bit better and was easier to work with, I think I would like it because it's kind of like that manly, massive, passive that I love so much. But because I'm having to do all of that, it's really a pain in the butt. And one of the things I haven't mentioned as we've been going through is some of these are done and like laid out really well, and it's easy to turn stuff on and off, but it's so inconsistent. Like this one, I'm having to use my scroll wheel, but if I was having to drag, I'd have to be going like that just to turn the thing on and off, which would drive me nuts. All right, let's find a different frequency to play with. right, so let's actually try to use it on something where we can really kind of hear exactly what we're doing. Let's go ahead and do it on this one. And I think this will be the last thing we try it on because it's really a pain in the butt to set up. And it would be great if there were some presets here that would make life easier. All right, start by turning it down a little. Let's start with the high end actually. So I'm gonna go for a little broader. And actually, I think 12K was the right spot. Very musical. This is what you expect from these sort of passive tube EQs. Again, I think I'm liking this 2.5. Yeah, let's do something like that. And then let's find something we can actually cut. Have to compensate for that somewhere down here. Let's take a listen to the low mid. Maybe we can find something to gain just a little bit extra punch. And then yeah, let's really crank up something here with the lows. You can see how aggressive I've set this thing up. And even then, it's still not like something that's super like audible, right? It's a very, very transparent sounding EQ where you can be probably extremely aggressive and then still get some pretty nice musical results, just like the massive passive. But I think I would stick with that because the way this is laid out is kind of a pain. But if you don't have one of those EQs, you can just use this, I guess, as a replacement potentially. But I think it will drive you insane. Next is the BA31, which is a germanium, aka a transistor style preamp. So if you know what to expect from transistors, that's kind of what you are getting here. So no tubes involved. So in theory, a little bit of a richer saturation quality. But what I've found with my own testing on this is it really depends on the source material. Sometimes you'll hear nothing. Sometimes you'll hear something that sounds really bad. And sometimes it is flattering. So there really is no middle ground. It's kind of one of those three things that I've noticed based on the source material that you feed into it. So here we go. Like here, it kind of works well on the low end anyway. You can really drive it. Like here's an example where you can really hear what it's doing to the low end and the distortion that it's creating there. Personally, on that source, I don't find that to be flattering, so I wouldn't probably want to use this preamp, but you can really hear it. Whereas there, just based on the quality, this seems to be a little bit more flattering on that signal material. More likely, though, you are going to be using this on individual parts or potentially on drum groups or something. You're probably not going to use it on the full mix. So let's try it out on a couple of drum groups as well. So you can hear just with the default setting, you do get a little bit more punch coming through on this. Works well on that one. And this is an example where I'm not really even hearing much of a difference at all. Here it's pretty flattering. And here's where, to me, like, let's just specifically focus on the kick drum, where it's not very flattering. I don't think I would want to use this. I prefer it with it off. All right, some more common use case scenarios. We can listen to this on a few different sources. So not bad. And again, because of this starting point, it's going to lend itself well. Like, it just kind of emphasizes that crisp crunch to that particular kick drum. Not doing much on that. Here's one where you can kind of overdrive it to get a different quality. And it works fine on that. Not much of a difference at all. Very subtle. So let's also just go on here and try it on our basses and our guitars, and then we'll probably end it at that. Obviously, you could try it on anything, but you're already getting a sense for where it's going to work and probably where it's not. I would think it would complement this well just in its default setting. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that particular overdrive on it. And then on this one, you would think it would have a bigger impact, but not really. Maybe just a tiny bit of crunch on this would sound good. It's too much. All right, and then finally, let's go ahead and just drop it onto our different guitars. So yeah, as you're expecting with these sort of preamps, it's not going to be the most glaring or obvious of effects, but that doesn't sound terrible. It definitely has uses on certain sources and can enhance them. Next, we have the BAE 1073 mic preamp. So if you remember back to our other videos where we were looking at the BAE collection, we did not get control over the mic preamp. It just was kind of defaulting to the line. So here we have it. So in theory, you could use it in conjunction with other stuff. And you know, what's fun about this is that you can experiment it on different sources. It doesn't just have to come onto the vocal. So you can use it on stuff like drums or bass to try to really go for more of a special effect, because you can get some really crunchy and crisp distortion with this if you want it. So you'll see by default, it is on this 300 mode, 300 impedance mode, and that's going to give us the more aggressive distortion at lower settings. So let me actually turn down the volume on this vocal.
No
You can hear that distortion already.
body's left to call. No.
So on this, we'd want to go up to the higher setting.
Body's left to call.
You can still hear a little distortion there we wouldn't want.
Towns are left to fall.
And again, because it's such a varied vocal line, I think that's why we're having that effect.
I need someone who understand, who's patient when I'm in my head. 'Cause all these thoughts got me too damn scared.
Pretty subtle.
Still I fall.
And the one where I think we could really be a little more aggressive and it might work well is on this rap vocal here.
Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, dash in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn.
So that works very well on that source material. And like all of these things, it is going to depend on the source. It's not going to work every time for every situation. Let's be aggressive with it on something like a synthesizer. So let's grab this like 303 guy. And we're now on that 300 impedance mode. And we can try to lean into that distortion characteristic if it's appropriate. Let's also try it on something like this, and we'll hear if it has the same effect or negative. So here's a good example. This is negative unless this is what you're going for. And then at that point, when we're not driving as hard, the effect is so much more minimal where you probably wouldn't use it in that situation. So let's also just go and maybe throw this onto bass part. And let's start with this one. This is where we could probably use it on everything and see if it's going to make sense or not. So if you want some crunch, there you have it. Same idea here. That sounds pretty good. That complements it. That may or may not be the tone you're going for. If it was me personally, probably not. Yeah, this one we could probably drive. Well, I guess I take it back. On those slides, it becomes really prevalent. So there you have it. That is the BAE 1073 MP. Doesn't just need to be used on vocals. You can try it everywhere and see if it complements the sound in a pleasing way. Next is the RD47, based on, the 51 console, the preamp module in there. And we can take a look at this. And this has been, again, done several different times in plugin form. This is sort of what that EQ module, preamp module would look like. And then we also could look at the console in which that preamp was featured on. So if you do want to do more research, you can definitely look into that if you're interested. So, the console of the Beatles at Abbey Roads. So here is that RD47. Let's start by bringing it on to a couple of our mixes and take a listen to it. So again, very easy to work with. This does not do anything. So you just can control the gain and you have an output control as well. So will be easy to work with. Let's go ahead and start it here and we'll take a listen to it. Really hear that distortion characteristic. So compared to the first two, this is likely going to have a pretty pleasing effect on most everything. I don't think there's going to be too many situations where you listen to it and go, oh my gosh, like I hate this distortion characteristic. So just going to have a nice little smooth sort of characteristic, which is always nice and appreciated. Again, is this like super duper special? No, but it will be flattering in most cases, I believe. So let's try it on our drum groups as well. And let's go ahead and listen to it. It's not really something you can even use that creatively, right? Like you can't drive this so far where it becomes like a creative overdrive distortion effect, which it's not designed to be. And obviously we're adding in tons of gain. We can't even get to an even offset. There you go. That's nice on those live drums. And we do have a peak limiter at the very end on the master track, so we can see what happens if we drive this in hard and then hit it into that limiter. Let me just bring the ceiling down a little bit so your ears aren't getting blown out completely. So as you can hear, a pretty flattering effect. We're doing the same thing here, which I don't want to be doing. So we will just go back to kind of where we were before. It's going to sound really nice on this. So yeah, of all the preamps we've encountered, this would be the one that I've liked the most. We can just go ahead and throw it onto some synths and onto some keys. But as I mentioned before, it will work well on everything. The amount of gain being introduced is insane, though. So yeah, just be careful of your gain staging. Here's where I could imagine really overdriving it and liking it. So there you go. That's what it sounds like on synths. And then we can also throw it onto some keys. this might be the first example where when it is really peaking out hard, I don't like the crunch that it's adding. But at moderate input settings, it sounds fine. So yeah, that one sounds good, nice and smooth. Just be very careful with your gain staging. The FET A76, a lot like the RD47, is a vintage tube mic pre, the Telefunken V76, which you now see in a lot of different plug-in forms. So it wasn't like that even maybe 5 or 6 years ago. It then became a very popular thing to model, and like most companies now have one. I think I have the one from Plug-in Alliance. So if you want to see what the guts of the thing look like, there you go. So we have an input, we have a high shelf we can use. We also have a high pass filter. So let's go ahead and jump in and take a listen to it. So this is our input drive, which also is reading out with a warmth setting. And on this one, we even get a little bit of a light effect. So that's too far. You can listen to what the shelf does. Smooth. Or we can go in with that high pass. So definitely capable of a little bit more color and character than what we had with that RD47. You can kind of push things a little bit further and really hear the result. All right, cool. So let's try this on a couple of just regular instruments as well. Let's go ahead and let's try it on maybe our little percussion loop. That might be fun to kind of give it a special effect. Like if you were trying to balance this part in the mix and it was way too bright, you could say, okay, let's apply this filter. We definitely don't need any of the low end stuff. And then let's drive it until we hear distortion. Hey, and we never do. All right. So gain staging yet again. If I push in. And for certain types of mixes with other drums and percussion going on, this might be great. This might be a great way to help get you to set that in, or at least give you a nice starting point to work with. Let's hear these same settings on a kick drum. So not quite as flattering there, but on a snare it might work well. Okay, and then let's also go and try this on our vocals, because I think it will be a nice flattering effect there as well.
Nobody's left to call. No.
But obviously we really have to fix the dynamic range on that first.
Fall. Nobody's left to call.
I need someone to understand, who's patient when I'm in my head, 'cause all these thoughts got me too damn scared. Still I fall. I need someone to understand, who's patient when I'm in my head, 'cause all
Smoke up, that's in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Bat in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, that's in the blem.
So not loving it on this, the warmth really doesn't actually help that. It just makes it sound a little bit more boxy. But anyway, that is the VEQ A76. And finally, we have the Gyratec 9, which is based on this Gyraf Audio G9 dual true tube microphone preamp, variable gain input tube stage driving, a tube SRPP output stage, no silicone or other crap in the signal path. So let's go ahead and bring this on and we'll work with it a little bit. So a lot of it does have to do with the input gain from the source itself. That is going to impact the quality of this a little bit. So in our case here, we might want to drive in the audio from the source level into this preamp. Bring the output gain down just a little bit to compensate. All right, so that's an example on a full mix. Let's also try this on our vocals. So it's going to be overall like a pretty clean sound, like where you can drive the signal pretty hard, but it's not going to completely destroy it. In fact, it's almost going to be impossible to destroy it. You can get some really aggressive, still kind of like tube overdrive, but that's definitely not its primary function or use.
Smoke up, that's in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Bat in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, that's in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause he plotting on them with the tints on 10. Bat in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Smoke up, that's in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now
Pretty nice. Let's also try this maybe on a guitar where we could do the same kind of idea and just try to like drive it in pretty hot and then go for even a little bit extra. I would like to find one where we can actually use this low cut filter. Let's see. I think this signal's already coming in relatively hot. We also do have a phase switch. I don't really see a reason to mess with it, but you can always try it to see if you prefer the sound on the other phase. So, you know, and again, I don't really want to comment on the quality of the emulation, but something like this a lot of times is meant to be more felt than heard, if that makes sense. Let's go and try this one. Here's where the filter might actually work well. We could actually probably drive this one in harder if I can find it. And let's also drop this onto maybe a synthesizer. Overall, I think that, you know, this can definitely give a pleasing effect to probably any signal, but it's not going to be super, super obvious. Let's do the vocoder one.
Nande, nande, nande. Nande, nande, nande. Nande, nande, nande. Nande. Nande, nande, nande. Nande, nande, nande. Nande, nande, nande. Nande. Nande, nande, nande. Nande, nande, nande. night and day, night and day, night and day, night and day.
And let's just see how much gain that we've actually brought on.
Night and day, 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 night and day.
All right, now we'll turn it on.
Night and day, 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 night and day.
So we're about matching the peak output, and you can hear it has a pleasing effect. So of all of the preamps we've looked at, this is probably the one that's, I wouldn't say the most unique, but it's sort of the most special in that all of the other stuff you can easily find emulations for. And this is kind of a unique, very clear, clean, dual stage tube analog amplification. So that is the Gyratec 9. And now our final takeaways after this very long, exhaustive video where I'm sure if anyone watched this from start to finish, like, I'm sure nobody will, but if somebody does, like, congratulations, you know, I need to give you a medal or something. But for me, these were like the standouts, not necessarily because I would say they're the best, but just because like they were kind of the most unique, they sounded good, easy to work with. So for me in the compressors, the Liverpool and the Stay Levin, the EQs, the Stu 089, the Stu 169, and the NEU PEV, like these 5 are all things, if they ever just gave you the ability to purchase outright, I probably would buy these 5. The standout preamp, I probably wouldn't buy this one, but I wasn't a huge fan of any of the preamps. This one was probably the most like flattering to me in terms of like, oh, okay, you can kind of throw this on everything and get that little bit extra weight. But in just the digital domain with other plugins, there's other preamp stuff that I would, you know, way prefer to using that. So some final conclusions here, and this is how I tend to end almost all of my videos where we're looking at plugins and listening to them, is that everything is so relative. It all depends on what you make and how you make it as to whether or not something like this is worth you checking out and purchasing. For me, it's not worth it, right? Because like I'm more of a true music producer. I'm not a mix engineer. I'm not a mastering engineer. I do it out of necessity, but that's not my area of expertise. And for that reason, I don't need 50 more analog modeled plugins when I could use that money to be buying more sounds, buying more instruments, the stuff as a music producer that's actually more important for me. Like having that variety means I can make more variety of songs, and I don't really care that much about the mixing stuff that I can throw on there. That to me is like kind of the 1%. Whereas to a mixing engineer, you know, having all those right plugins and stuff might be 50% to them, you know, in terms of importance. So the subscription thing, I don't like talking about this too much because it's just a reality we're having to face with. Like, obviously, I hate it just as much as everybody else. It's not a huge deal breaker, but what's kind of shocking about these is that there is no ability to just purchase these ones outright. So you kind of know at any time, like if you're buying something in a subscription bundle, they can just be taken off, you know, randomly, and you have no control over that. So it's kind of like if you're working with these things, like you better make sure you're bouncing your audio regularly, you know, as having a backup just in case, you know, after you've run it through some of these effects. So not a deal breaker, but you know, I would much prefer not to have to be locked into the subscription. Now, the other thing for me that's like a big kind of deal breaker on those compressors and those dynamic effects was how bad those gain reduction meters are working. Like, I don't know what is going on with those. Must be a glitch or something, but I know everyone's going to say, well, just listen with your ears. You shouldn't be relying on a gain reduction meter. And that's true. But when it comes to like ease of use and comfort level of working with something, when you're used to working with stuff and it has those meters or it has those displays and it's a consistent result and you know what to look for and then you know what to listen to me, that's a big difference. That matters. And so that's a big problem for me because I don't like seeing something that's not matching up with like what I'm hearing. I'd almost rather not have the meter on there at all. If you know what I mean, if it's not going to function the way it's supposed to. So for me, the other thing that really drives me crazy is like there was no consistency on having like, you know, a clean input output gain on stuff like EQs and compressors, where I understand that maybe not on the hardware, but like, what is that going to hurt? All that's going to do is help people with the gain staging. And in some cases, that just wasn't there. The very different knob behavior also drives me crazy from like a manufacturer. Like, I understand, again, the hardware all looks different, but like, you can at least make in the digital domain everything be a little more consistent and easy to work with. Like, and I'm not saying that you need to rework the way the API works in terms of having, the frequency knob and the gain knob, but there are some of the ones in there where like, it was just so inconsistent from plugin to plugin, it became just really annoying and becomes kind of a workflow issue. Same thing with the bypass buttons. Like, just put those in the same place, make all of them just be a button that you click on and off, or whatever solution you come up with, have it be consistent. That's the sort of stuff that, again, I know is not that big of an issue. You shouldn't be making your decisions on that. They should be on sound, but there's a part of it that is usability. User experience matters when time is of the essence. And then the other thing is like the lack of presets. That to me is an issue, and it's not because you should just be using a preset and set and forget it, but you just like having some baselines, having some ideas of where to start and modify from. And I'm probably one of the few people who will say that. Like, I like having presets on compressors and EQs. I like it. I like using them and then modifying them. It just speeds stuff up for me personally. So obviously the workflow, as we just mentioned, it can be cumbersome, it can be inconsistent, and that's a problem for me as well. So the final takeaway for me, I'm not going to subscribe to this. I do have AFX to DAW, and it has a bazillion problems, but if I have that, there's no reason for me to buy this subscription. I'm not really going to use any of these tools that regularly. It's not something I'm going to think to pull to when I already have other mixing tools that match my workflow, that work for me, that I'm consistent with, that I feel very confident with, and that I can achieve results very quickly. So that's going to do it for this video. Feel free to share in the comments your experiences and any that you really, really like, any that you really, really hate. And yeah, that's going to do it. Thanks so much for watching. I hope everyone has a wonderful day. Take care.